Our respected distinguished keynote speakers, honored dignitaries from academia and industry, research scholars, students, and faculty members. With the blessings of the Almighty, the guidance of our most respected founder, President Sir, Chancellor Sir, Chairperson Madam, Vice Chancellor Madam, and Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, I, Dr. Smita Bagai, Professor, Amity School of Fashion Technology, and Convener, INCFAT 25.
And I, Soumya Thakur,
are honored to warmly welcome you all on behalf of Amity School of Fashion Technology under Faculty of Applied Arts, Fine Arts, Performing Arts and Visual Arts. It is indeed a matter of great pride and pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference on Fashion, Apparel and Textiles 25 today, organized with the vision of fostering dialogue, innovation and collaboration in the ever-evolving world of fashion and textiles. INCFAT 25 serves as a dynamic platform that brings together academia, industry, designers, technologists, researchers from across the globe to deliberate on emerging challenges and opportunities shaping the fashion and textile ecosystem. In an era defined by rapid technological advancements and heightened environmental awareness, the role of fashion and textiles has expanded beyond aesthetics and functionality. Today, the industry is deeply intertwined with technology, sustainability, digitization, and responsible innovation. The theme of the conference, Transforming Fashion and Textile, New Age Innovations and Opportunities, captures the essence of this transformation. I would also like to mention that the event has been supported by Electrotech International. So now let us begin with the conference. It is my privilege to have with us the esteemed dignitaries and the eminent leaders from the fashion and textile sector for the inaugural session. Mr. Devanshu Datta, founder, Third Eyesight and co-founder, PVC Partners. Mr. Roshan Baid, Managing Director, Paragon Apparel Private Limited. Ms. Kamal Kapoor, owner, Achievers Consulting. She'll just be joining us. She's stuck in the traffic. And Mr. Hemant Ruparelia, Managing Director, Strawberry Studio Exports. I would like to introduce our esteemed conference advisor, Ms. Divya Chauhan, Chairperson, Amity School of Fashion Technology, Amity School of Fine Arts, and Amity School of Performing Arts. Along with our conference chair, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Sir is the Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Director General, and Dean of Applied Arts, Fine Arts, Performing Arts, and Visual Arts, Amity University, and also serves as the Director of Amity School of Fashion Technology, Amity School of Fine Arts, and Amity School of Performing Arts. I will now request the conference chair to kindly make the opening remarks.
Good morning to all. Good morning. There should be energy in the morning hour. I would like to welcome all the esteemed guests on the dais and the delegates who have come to attend the conference and present the paper. It gives us the immense pleasure to welcome all here. I was just mentioning to our esteemed speakers that this is the 9th International Conference on the Fashion and Textiles, which we are organizing. Just to brief our esteemed speakers, that Amity Group has established an impressive network of 12 universities across India, along with numerous higher education institutions, schools and campuses, both within the country and the abroad. Today, over 2 lakh students are pursuing their educational journeys within Amity's nurturing environment. Amity School of Fashion Technology has more than 800 students in Noida campus. Fashion programs are also being offered at our various campuses across the India. And I must mention another very important thing about our institute, to our esteemed guests, that Amity School of Fashion Technology has received a funding of rupees 310 lakhs, that is 3.1 crores, by the Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, for setting up the labs for the technical textiles and providing the manpower training. In the backdrop, I must say that this conference, when we all thought about a couple of years back, we thought that we had to create a platform for exchanging the ideas and to share the research findings. We always have the challenge in the creative field, not only in fashion, where there's a lot of creativity and innovation, but the documentation is missing in many cases. If we compare with the other fields of these studies, so we have taken this initiative that let the researchers from across the India participate in it and share their research findings. Today, in this research conference, there are around 20 papers and 2 poster presentations. We have got the research papers from the Amity University, Haryana, Amity University, Noida, Arka Jain University, Jharkhand, Avantika University, Madhya Pradesh, Banishri Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan, Graphic Era, Hill University, Dehradun, Jagannath University, Haryana, Khalsa College, Amritsar, and IFT Bhubaneswar, and IFT Chennai, Sharda University, University Institute of Fashion Technology, Punjab, BMLG PJ College, Ghaziabad. We've got many papers which have come, and today, in the sessions to come, we have got the speakers, 2 international speakers, Dr. Betsy Perry from the Manchester Metropolitan University and Professor Theo from the NTU are going to join in the afternoon sessions as the international speakers. I would like to thank all of our invited speakers and the researchers for being here. I'll not take much time because we have got the experts from the industry are here or are going to speak. And I happened to meet today after long our 2 of the speakers. I think so, if I remember correctly, Mr. Devanshu is the first batch pass out. He's the first batch pass out of an IFT. I meant say 89 or 90, in year 90. And Mr. Roshan is, I think so, 95, if I remember correctly. Because I remember at that point of time I joined an IFT. That was 95 when he was studying. So we got very senior people here from the industry, and they are the people who are running the export business successfully, or they have got such a huge consulting experience with them. And I must tell our esteemed speakers that idea here you find number of students are here even from first, second year, third year, and fourth year, except first year because they got exams happening. So they are not here. Idea is this, to have an interface so as to make them understand what industry is looking for tomorrow. We provide the teaching in terms of theoretical inputs, and we get a lot of visiting faculties also. We do many such conferences, seminars, talk shows. Idea is this, to create interface. And I must tell to all of you, see, all of them have taken out time from their busy schedules. They have come all for you. Just give a big round of clap to all of them. So they are here for you. So do ask if you got any queries or questions in the end. That will serve the purpose. I'll not take much time, but I must start very briefly. I always say, repeat this part, that I always thought, being a textile person, that we used to say that roti, kapda or makan will always be there. They will always be required for the mankind. But if we see the stats, we see that textile and apparel contributes around 4% to India's GDP and constitute around 15% in the earnings. That shows that this trade is important for India's economy. But if we see the world trade, we got 5% world trade. I think so Mr. Devanshu is the right person to speak about that. But I remember for years we are talking about that. That is a huge scope. We got many strengths happening. I am not going to go into that. We are very strong in many of the natural fibers. We got huge manpower except after China, maybe low in the productivity. But we have not been able to increase the share exactly. We are there where we were a couple of years back. And there have been these smaller countries which have been able to take much more leads. We were just talking about that manpower is being created, trained manpower like you people, who are the trained designers, merchandisers, the people who can work in the operations, but we need industry to grow up. Unless the industry grows up, there is no benefit for the professionals, or it cannot become an attractive proposition for the new aspirants to have an eye for that industry. So I think that is important to know that what can be done to make this industry more make it more interesting. Another thing which is important, I wanted, since we have got such a esteemed panel with the exporters, to touch upon, if possible, that we have seen that recently there have been the high tariffs imposed by our leading market, that is USA. We see 50% increase in the tariffs. There's a lot coming in the media that it is going to affect, or it has already affected our trade with the America being our largest single market, and the orders are going to shift. So what is going to happen? Because that is something very, very current phenomena which is there in the industry. So we would like to hear something about that also. So in the end, I would like to say that, of course, innovation and the creativity, and another thing which I think, so we are just discussing about this trade, is the entrepreneurship. I must share with our esteemed speakers that we do collect the information about career aspirations of the new joinees when they join. Would they like to go for higher studies, joining family business, going for placements, or going for entrepreneurship? We do get that figures, and then we got the dedicated faculty team or the experts who are going to guide them through the process. We got the state-of-art incubator here in the campus. And if we just share, maybe good number of people here opt for entrepreneurship. And I think so that is something very important, which I always keep on saying. This industry is actually not having so much entry barriers in terms of requirement of the capital, high capital, or other things. So there's a scope of entrepreneurship, which I think so our esteemed speakers were also speaking while we were discussing informally. So they are going to briefly touch upon that. So once again, I would like to thank all of them, and I intend to hear from them now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite the esteemed keynote speakers to enlighten us with their valuable insights. I kindly request your attention as they share their knowledge with the gathering. We have with us Mr. Devanshu Datta, founder, Third Eyesight, and co-founder PVC Partners. In his career of more than 3 decades, Mr. Datta has consistently worked at ahead of the curve initiatives. Beginning with broadcasting, he commenced his career in the consumer sector in 1990 with the leading retail chain in India of that time, then worked as part of the launch team of TCM Benetton. Thereafter, he joined a small consulting firm at its earliest stage and contributed to its growth, consulting firm in the retail consumer product sector as a joint venture with leading global consulting firm in this sector. Mr. Datta has led consulting engagements related to strategy, operations, organizational change for clients from Asia, Europe, and the USA, with size ranging up to annual sales of over 80 billion US dollars, from sectors including lifestyle, fashion, beauty, personal care, food and grocery, agribusiness, home and DIY, consumer services, and social development. Third Eyesight's clients include market-leading corporate businesses and family firms from all across the world, as well as government organizations, investor and trade associations and various sectors. Through PVC Partners, Mr. Datta has engaged with companies from sectors including pharmaceutical research, renewable energy, women's empowerment, healthcare, education, and technology. Mr. Datta is also actively involved in community and social causes, among others, those related to education of economically disadvantaged, in environmental and sustainability initiatives, and in developing harmony and dialogue diverse social and faith groups. He is regularly invited to speak at premier industry events internationally and quoted frequently and has been writing regularly for print and electronic media for over 2 decades. Sir, may I welcome you to the dais to address the gathering?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to Amity University. Thank you, Smitaji, Dr. Pradeep Joshi. There are significantly more senior people in this room than me. It's Kamal Kapoor, Dr. Kusum. And I think we have with them and with others, also the other speakers on the dais, a lot of wisdom in this room. So my request to the students gathered here would be to really put aside for the duration of this event any notions that you might have about the industry, about what's happening in the world, about the problems or the opportunities, and just listen. Because you'll gather much more from them, from their experiences, from their perspectives. If you can just listen and then take the time to process and then, form your views and opinions after that. As you would have gathered from the CV that was read out for me, I do wear multiple hats and I am involved in quite a number of things, of which fashion and lifestyle has really become one of the many sectors that I'm engaged in. And I'm going to ask you a question which I'd like you to answer very, very candidly, very honestly to yourself and to us, everybody else as well. And the question is this: what is the most important thing in your life today, in our lives? Please call out the answer, anybody who wishes to. Anyone. I'm going to pick on the front row or the back row otherwise. Please, anybody. What's the most important thing? Right here, come on. Yeah. Food, shelter, clothing. Okay. Okay, thank you. Out of those three, I would say two are definitely very, very important, and the third one is not so important. And you missed out the most important one, which is air, clean air. We are struggling to breathe in Delhi NCR, and that situation exists across the countries. Delhi NCR is not alone. Because without breath, we can't survive. Without breath, this body ceases to exist. So if you don't have clean air to breathe, if you don't have clean water to drink, if you don't have clean, safe food to eat, the body that we are so proud of, the body that we so proudly clothe in fashion does not exist. Fashion, clothing is not the most important thing. You can even live without shelter. There are millions of people who are living without shelters actually on the roadside. They still exist. They live in some form or the other, they live. But without breath, without water, without food, these are three things which we cannot survive without. We cannot exist without. So I think that's something which you need to actually, as fashion students, keep in mind. As textile students, you need to keep in mind that what product you are creating, what product you are selling, is not the most important thing for human life. I dare say if there was something which was even more important after the top three, it would be something which is which engages the mind and the heart. It could be entertainment, it could be poetry, it could be anything which raises emotion. So perhaps films and music are more important than fashion. And I'm sorry to disappoint everybody who's kind of a fashion enthusiast in this room. Fashion borrows from life. Fashion and textiles borrow from other disciplines. Clothing of the body, ornamentation of the body, or for that matter, ornamentation of our, dwellings through home textiles or through furniture, etc., is something which happens once you have gone beyond the immediate needs. It is part of it. It's not that poor people who are surviving don't require clothing, or for that matter, as a protection, they may require clothing, or even for adornments, there may be special occasions, whatever. It's also a source of expression. But the point is this, that while we have that old saying of roti, kapda and makan, only one of those three is actually absolutely essential. You can do without kapda and makan also. And that's something which, if you apply it to your thinking, you will figure out that you're an optional product, you're a discretionary product that you're selling. And the moment money is tight, the moment conditions worsen, it's something which can be struck off the list. If that is the case, then what would keep you gainfully employed? So, of course, all of us should know how to grow food, because who knows when we might need that skill. All of us should know how to take care of our bodies. We need to take care of the environment, I think, more than anything else, because that's the dwelling place for everybody, including ourselves. If we don't have clean air, if we don't have clean water, there's no point in having the fanciest clothes in the world. So that's something which has to be kept in mind. The fashion and textile industry is the second most polluting industry after oil. We can talk all about sustainability. We can talk about sustainable fashion. The fact is, there is no such thing as sustainable fashion. Fashion by itself is unsustainable, because fashion in its very nature creates replacement. We create something new so that something can become old, something can look old, something can be discarded so that the new can be bought. That is the cycle of fashion. That's the nature of fashion. In this room, there are people who have been there, done that, and the industry that you see today, that you read about today, is industry which has grown on the practices which were set in place in the 18th and 19th century, grew in the 20th century, and literally in the last 60, 70 years, the retail sector, the fashion sector that you see today was created in the last 6 to 7 decades. It was coming from a place of abundance, of a lot of demand, and that demand needed to be fed, and the demand actually needed to be created. Post Second World War in the US and in Europe to a certain extent, there were a lot of people who had come back. There were a lot of factories which were hungry for work. Industrialization was at its peak, and there was this huge baby boom which happened. You've heard of the term baby boomers? Anyone? All the Gen Zers in the room and the zillennials, and post that the alpha generation in the room may not have heard of the baby boomers. The baby boomers were essentially my parents, or just the generation after that. There was an explosion of population, and that population needed to be fed and clothed. And there were retail stores which came up, and there was advertising which just took over the market, and the fashion sector was one of the biggest ones to benefit. Consumer brands got created like nobody's business in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. That cycle started declining in the 1970s and 80s. 80s was still a kind of, big box and big boom, all of that stuff. But in the last 20, 25 years, apart from some markets which have grown, it's actually not that healthy. So all of the brands that you see which are launching in the Indian market today, for instance, were created in the last 60, not all, but a large number of them were created in the last 60, 70 years. And they are looking at mining the baby boom which is happening in India. I mean, India is one of those places where growth is happening, of population growth is happening in terms of income, and therefore there is more consumption to benefit from for brands. If you just blindly follow that model, there would be some success. But the problem is the constraints that exist today did not perhaps exist in the last 40, 50 years. Whether it is energy constraints, whether it is water constraint, whether it is even people resource constraint, skilled people. All of you are part of that skilled pool, but believe me, when companies go to hire, they find that the skills that they want are lacking. Okay, so from that perspective, you need to keep all of this in mind and say, okay, how do I want to shape, number one, my career, myself, first as an individual. How do I want to shape myself as an individual? Second is, how do I want to shape my career? And third is, what role can I play in shaping the industry? And that's something which is very, very important. The last one is really important, but it comes from the first two. If you only depend on people who have created the industry in the past to show you the way, I can guarantee you that you'll get lost. You have to make your identity clear to yourself. You have to make your impact clear to yourself, and that will help you to shape the industry of the future. With due respect to all of the faculty who are in this room, they can only tell you about the past. Most of them cannot tell you about the future. One of the lessons that I learned as a parent was that when I was sitting down to give my kids advice, and they're not kids anymore, they're 30 plus minus, I was best when I was not in the way, when I was not giving them advice from my experience. Because the world that I have come from, the world that I have grown up in, doesn't exist anymore. The world that they will grow up in and they will shape hasn't yet come about, and they are the ones who are going to shape it. So all of you in this room are actually better placed to understand what's going on in the world today than your faculty, than your parents. Use their experience, but only use their experience. Don't depend on it. Create your own clear view of what's happening in the world today. Create your own clear view of what might happen if you make the wrong choices. And I'd just like to stop here, leaving you with one quote, which is I found very striking from a very old guy who's not alive anymore, but he's one of the most brilliant guys that has existed in the last 100-odd years. The quote is as follows: be creative, but make sure that what you create is not a curse for mankind. This was Albert Einstein. If you can take that quote to heart, and if you can actually create your work with that in mind, that whatever I create, whatever I do, whichever role I'm in, whether I'm a designer, merchandiser, production manager, artist, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. And you can be all of those, multiple things, many other things as well. As long as you can keep this in mind, you will make right choices more often than not. Not every one of your choices is going to be right, but you would be able to tell what is the best choice to make at a given point of time. And I think that will help you to shape your life and your career, and by extension, the industry and the world around it much better. I leave you with that. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for your expertise and sharing these details with us. It is indeed an honor to present to you Mr. Roshan Baid, Managing Director, Paragon Apparel Private Limited, India's largest integrated sportswear and athleisure manufacturing company. Embarking on this remarkable journey in 1999 with just 15 machines, Mr. Roshan set out to revolutionize the industry, driven by an unwavering mission to be epitome of focus and innovation in apparel manufacturing. Today, Paragon stands tall with 2,000 sewing machines, a powerhouse of 4,500 talented individuals, and 4 state-of-the-art production units. Their remarkable production output of 15 million units per year has positioned them as the unrivaled industry leader in sportswear and athleisure manufacturing in India. Their soaring success is attributed to the unshakable trust bestowed upon them by renowned clients such as Adidas, Levi's, Hummel, Skechers, Jack & Jones, Bugatti, Chaps, Ben Sherman, Perry Ellis, Nautica Jeans, Max, Alcis, to just name a few. In 2017, they embarked on a groundbreaking venture launching their global Indian sportswear brand, Alcis. And may I now request Sir to enlighten the gathering with his vision and knowledge.
Hello everybody. How are you guys today? Good. So I will talk about my journey, how I became an entrepreneur. I'll talk about entrepreneurship today, and I want to just hear from you also what's the thought process in you guys? How many people in this room want to become an entrepreneur? Can you please raise your hands? कोई भी नहीं. Nobody wants to become an entrepreneur. Nobody has family businesses or entrepreneurship in nothing at all. Okay, that's strange. Then I'll have to sell you the concept of entrepreneurship today. So so very strange, but I feel that
Must be thinking that you are going to ask some question to them actually.
no, I'm not asking anybody any
Manpreet, where are the students? There are many people I think who have opted for it.
Yeah.
Manpreet coordinates that entrepreneurship cell from department as such.
Okay.
So there are many students who are registered for that actually.
Okay. Then I will start with my story before giving you tips on entrepreneurship. So I joined NIFT 93 in a postgraduate course which was called Apparel Marketing and Merchandising there. And it was a batch of 30 people only. And when I passed out, I didn't want to do a job. Whether right, wrong is a different story altogether. But I did not want to do a job. And I set up 10 machines. I was a marketing graduate and I set up 10 machines in a place called Tuklakabad Extension. I don't know if you guys heard of Govindpuri and Tuklakabad. So it's the most, I can't walk that path again. I can't go to Tuklakabad now. So I set up 10 machines and I was struggling for the first 2-3 years. But then I stumbled upon an opportunity to make sportswear for Reebok. Somebody asked me that, can you make this synthetic? I had no work. So I said, okay, I'll make synthetic. And that time world was transitioning in sportswear from cotton to synthetics. Today you see all jerseys, all players, Messi's, all IPL teams, everybody wearing synthetic clothes. Nobody wears cotton. That time we were just starting to see this revolution in this world where people were shifting from cotton to synthetic in sportswear. And why they were doing it? Because synthetic was a natural fiber and you could impart properties into synthetic which could help increase performance, like sweat soaking. If you're wearing a cotton t-shirt and you're sweating, it would hang. Synthetics would not hang. They could absorb sweat and release sweat. So there were all more properties like this, like odor free, so which could be imparted in a natural fiber and not into a cotton fiber. So I got this, I was just roaming, met somebody who said, why don't you do this? I said, how will I do it? He said, you get fabric from Taiwan. India had no base of synthetic fabric. India was a cotton based country and all our exports was cotton. So I stumbled on this opportunity and I said, okay, let's do it. So I created, in 2001, I created the first sportswear synthetic collection for Reebok India. And trust me, there was no looking back after that. I started making for Adidas, I started making for... So in 2001, from a turnover of 1 crore, in 2010, I was at a turnover of 100 crores. In the meantime, from 10 machines, we graduated to 1,000 machines. I set up my own printing factory, from my own embroidery factory. So and in 2013, Adidas told me that, Roshan, why are you getting fabric from Taiwan? Why don't you set up your own fabric mill here? I said, how? I don't know how to make fabric. So they got me some consultants from Korea and I set up my own fabric mill. And today we have a turnover of almost 450 crores in my garmenting factory. We employ almost 5,000 people. We are the leading sportswear manufacturing company in India. And anybody who comes to India with sportswear in his mind comes to us. We have our own sportswear brand called Alsys. So from 0 to 500 crores, it's been a 25-year-old journey. But it's been a very fruitful journey. Not that I've not had hiccups, but it has been a very fruitful, very happy about it that I've been able to create this. So I think this kind of a thing can be done with many of you. And times have changed. What Devanshu was saying, that we were growing up in a different world. Today is a different world. You can see that entrepreneurship as a function has also changed. I had to struggle with 10 machine brick and mortar things. You don't have to do anything of that sort. You can start in your home. You can set up a website. You can sell through your websites. So the latest success stories what I see in entrepreneurship is all tech driven, and that's what I think you guys are also, Gen Z's and Alpha. You guys are naturally tech savvy. It's like it comes to you guys by birth probably. So what I'm trying to say is entrepreneurship is a hugely satisfying profession, and you will really love it. You try to do it in your own ways. There are a huge amount of opportunities. I can name you so many brands in fashion who have started, like if you've heard of a brand called Rare Rabbit. Have you heard of Rare Rabbit? So Rare Rabbit founder is a close friend of mine. He started in 2015 with only online selling, and today he's valued at 3,000 crores. It took me 25 years to make a infrastructure from 0 to 500 crores, and this guy's done it in 10 years. He's like valued at 3,000 crores. You've heard of a brand called Bliss Club? So Bliss Club, I almost detest that brand because they don't have any sportswear manufacturing. They don't have anything which is like related to sportswear. But they started in 2010 when COVID happened. And after COVID, there was a huge demand for sportswear and athleisure products because of the lifestyle changes and everything. And today they are more than 300 crores top line. I don't know the valuation they are in, but they've been an immensely successful story only online. Only online. They started with 2 products, 5 products online, and that. So there has been immense amount of success stories, starting small, getting big. The ecosystem has already been created. There is a lot of help which government gives you in terms of startups, in terms of funding, and if your ideas are good, if you have identified a gap in the market, I think there is a huge opportunity for all of you all to get into this cycle. There are ways to do it. I did it the wrong way when I just went from studying to business. You could work with some people, gain 2, 3 years of experience, and then get into manufacturing of your own. But I would strongly recommend a lot of you to think, at least think about entrepreneurship. It's a hugely satisfying process. It is, you can create something which is like for the people of India. So when Devanshu says that we learn from our past, but we don't implement the past here, that's hugely true. We learn from our experiences. So I was more involved in manufacturing and all. When I set up my own brand, Alsace in 2017-18, we realized that there were no Indian sportswear brand. When you think about a sportswear brand, you go to Nike, Reebok, Adidas, Puma, or if you think more, you can Asics and New Balance and all these people. But again, no Indian sportswear brand. So that is where I pitched in. It's not that I didn't have my own hiccups. I lost a lot of money when Future Group went into NCLT. We were selling through 300 stores of Future Group, but that doesn't mean that I stop the brand or I rethink. Yeah, the rethink is always required, but it's not that it's like the end of the world. You will keep losing, you will win some, lose some, but the idea is to be resilient. We will have to, if we believe on our idea, if we feel that the idea we have is good and we should be, so we'll get hiccups. Don't worry about hiccups. We will have to be resilient. We'll have to again remodel ourselves. We again get into the business with renewed vigor. So you'll keep having these kind of setbacks. I had a huge setback when Future Group was sent into NCLT, and none of my products came back, and they'd never paid money and all those kind of things. But what I'm again trying to say is, you will, in your journey, you will have hiccups. You can't stop. You'll have to reinvent yourself, get back to the basics again, and redo the whole thing. And there is no reason that anybody of you will not be successful if the idea created by you has a gap in the market, and you can deliver the product which is required by the market. So again, what I'm trying to say is, I was surprised to hear to Mr. Joshi in the morning that 800 people are in this fashion institute. I was really surprised. There's the and with NIFTs and pearls and all those things, you will have so much competition getting into a job scenario. My take is, get into entrepreneurship. Don't even compete for the jobs which are available. Learn it. There are a lot, if you want to understand specific thing, there are a lot of specific courses, like courses on social media marketing. I'm sure those courses are in Amity also. Performance marketing, there's meta marketing, which is huge. So I would say that just tune yourself, maybe 2 3 years of work X, and then get into entrepreneurship, or whenever you want. I was expecting that some of you are already an entrepreneur while you're studying. I don't know if I can again ask the question: is there somebody who's already into entrepreneurship while studying in this room? I think people are hesitant to come out with it, but
Nobody is responding, because we keep on seeing that many people keep on coming saying that we got a home brand, I am selling online like this. But today nobody is answering actually,
so
which is very strange, Manpreet. Yeah.
so anyways, that's okay. So again, I would like to say, I just want to conclude with the with this last statement, that try to create your own path rather than walk somebody else's path, and I'm sure most of you will be successful, and you will uh, cherish the memories you have created during that path. Thank you.
See, today, I think that we have got many of the esteemed speakers are actually the entrepreneurs. So when I see Devanshu also, and both of them I know being the part of an IFT, they are the entrepreneurs, and they have made their name and they have set up the businesses. When I hear from him that is 500 crore plus, so are the case studies, I must say. These are the success stories when I see Devanshu, after doing a program in the apparel marketing and merchandising, today has moved to many fields, and fashion has become only one of its field actually. So I think we'll hear from Kamalji also and further from speakers, but you must see that there's a lot of scope. And in the morning, what you mentioned, that when there are so much numbers happening across the India about the people who are passing out, and there's a requirement. So then the people should have the mindset for being entrepreneur rather than playing safe, that yes, I'm looking for placement. Should I get a placement? That is something I think so need to be changed, and I'm surprised, and I do not know that how come people have not mentioned. And I must mention here to you that once, even for a I don't know whether students are here, how many students are here from M Design senior batch? Deepti, anybody here? So even there, what we are asking them, that when you are in the last semester, you come out with a plan that you are making your range, and coming out the plan how to offer to market, whether you come out with a plan to make a boutique or come out with an online sale plan. So idea is that if you are a designer, as you said, that you can offer it anywhere actually. So I'm not saying much easier, it's much competitive also, but the options are there. So I think so that we will have I think so some other detailed sessions also with them. But you must learn from these success stories. Thank you.
So, so I would say there are so many opportunities in this world available, where you can sell your product, where you can create your collections, sell it, test it. I don't know if you guys have heard of brands like Sheen. Have you heard of Sheen? So you know the kind of numbers they do, and it is an only online brand, and it is completely into fast fashion, coming into India in a big way with Reliance. In fact, we are manufacturing for Sheen also right now. So there is tremendous amount of opportunities. You need to find your own, and I don't think you can take help from the faculty, take help from industry leaders, but at least the idea and the enthusiasm or the zeal needs to come from you to do it. Else you will be just struggling with jobs offers where there's so many people, so many institutes who are supplying students. I think we should really think of ways to create your own. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. We are now very honored to have with us Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Professor Entrepreneurship, Leadership and IT, Vice Chancellor Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and Patron INC FAT 25. A luminary in academy and administration, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla stands out as a brilliant scholar, prolific researcher, and visionary leader. Renowned for her multifaceted insights, humility, and exceptional leadership skills, she has left an indelible mark on the educational landscape. With a solid foundation in engineering, evidenced by her MTech from the prestigious IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from the esteemed Queen's University, Belfast, UK, Dr. Shukla embodies the perfect blend of Indian ingenuity and global expertise. Dr. Shukla, driven by passion, determination, and compassion, focuses on entrepreneurship, research, internationalization, IT integration, CSR, and industry academia collaborations. Her contributions are widely acclaimed and recognized with numerous prestigious awards, and some of these recent ones being Excellence in Entrepreneurship Development Award, Academic Leadership Award, 2021 Excellent Contribution to Educational Sector Award, Vice Chancellor of the Year Award, Lifetime Achievement Awards, and several others to name a few. We request ma'am to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Our very esteemed the guests, distinguished speakers, Mrs. Divya Chauhanji, Chairperson, ASFT, ASFA, and ASPA, and Professor Joshi, the Group Edition Pro VC and DG of the institutions. First of all, I, on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, all the Edition Pro VCs, Deans, and Head of Institutions, and my personal behalf, extend very warm welcome to all the distinguished speakers, participants in the International Conference on Fashion Apparels and Textiles 2025 on the theme Transforming Fashion and Textile, New Age Innovations and Opportunities. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Pradeep Joshi and his entire team for putting up an excellent conference on a very important theme. And this theme very much resonates with the Viksit Bharat's vision. And I was, I was listening to Mr. Roshan Badji, Managing Director of Paragon Apparels Private Limited, when it was asked to the student that how many of you want to start your own venture, so there were not many hands were up, and I think the startup businesses are the most important because the Honorable Prime Minister and also the agenda of the Viksit Bharat, and the startup is said that India will be the startup hub for the world, and the focus is on the innovations and aligning those everything with the Viksit Bharat alignment. And I'm sure that because we see every year many students from fashion technology and fine arts, they prefer to start their own ventures while also thinking of going for the corporate careers. I know there's so much demand is in the fashion industry today, and many of the companies have started coming up to the campus much earlier than the as usual. But still, I will advise all the students think for the starting your own venture because that gives the freedom that contribute to the economic development. So, uh, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, for his visionary leadership, and our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, for his commitment for the fostering creativity and innovation in every field, and our very dynamic Ms. Divya Chauhanji, a chairperson of the institution, who is always standing with the team of the institution, motivating, inspiring them to reach to the pinnacle of excellence, pinnacle of success. It is her guidance and support all the time that Amity School of Fashion Technology and Fine Arts are reaching to the greater heights. This year's conference theme, Transforming Fashion and Textile, New Age Innovation and Opportunities, is particularly relevant in today's rapidly changing world where AI and digital technologies are redefining the boundaries of fashion and textiles. The convergence of digital technologies, economical awareness, cross cultural exchange keeps the fashion industry very dynamic. And the topics chosen for this conference, while I was going through the whole program schedule, um, are very interesting. Whether it is um, zero waste prototyping or educating consumers on sustainable fashion choices, development of biodegradable woven fabrics, and the role of AI in fashion industry are testaments to the innovative spirit of this very important conference. Uh, Throughout the history, as we know, fashion has consistently been a reflection of our culture, creativity, and innovation, and in a way reflecting the society, and is also exploring the new forms of expression. Fashion has reinterpreted traditional clothing, and therefore this conference seeks to explore these intersections and encourage new approaches to the fashion industry. And I've seen the every year the students when they exhibit their products in the creative, every time we see that the products which have they display, the designs which they're outstanding, and it is only possible the innovative thinking of the students and the guidance and support of the faculty mentors and the HOIs under the dynamic leadership of our very dear Divya Chauhan ji, the chairperson who constantly motivates and guides and personally monitors also and guides that how the students are working, because the today's students are the tomorrow's the economic creators and contributing to the not only to nation building but also making India as a Viksit Bharat. And fashion is always going to be the permanent. There's so many changes are there, but fashion is not that it will not be there. There will be always new fashions will keep on coming. So this conference enable us to reimagine creative practice that responds to global challenges while generating new knowledge and visual language. And I'm sure that during this conference, the students are going to learn many new things, and those new knowledge will help them to come up with the brilliant, innovative styles expressing their innovation in the form of the styles, and also expanding the horizons while remain grounded in culture context, human experience and global responsibility, because India need to be it is the Viksit Bharat goal is the India's fashion to be the world's number one fashion. And I think it's the youth who is sitting here today, whether they are the final year, whether they are the first year. All of them are going to immensely contribute to the Viksit Bharat. And uh, so, so I'm confident that the discussion that follows will shape the future of the fashion and textile design and innovation um, towards a more responsible industry, driving eco-friendliness, sustainability, and the social responsibility. Once again, I like to thank uh, our distinguished speakers, Dr. Devangshu Datta, founder of Third Eye Eyesight and the co-founder of Mr. Roshan Bed, managing director of Paragon, Mr. Kamal Kapoor, owner of Archers and the Mr. Hemant Ruparia, managing director of Strawberry, and our chairperson, Mrs. Divya Chauhanji. And once again, I would like to congratulate Dr. Pradeep Joshi and his entire team. And I'm sure this conference will bring out the many new knowledge and I'm sure the fashion industry, through its innovative and sustainable practices, will play a significant role in the realizing India's Viksit Bharat vision of sustainable growth and economic prosperity, empowering communities and promoting culture heritage and the startup innovation. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone present here and wish all a productive and inspiring conference and to gain the new knowledge. Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words of wisdom, which are really motivating for us. And you have been a great source of inspiration for us. And under your able leadership, we are organizing these conferences. And now we have been also joined by our respected chairperson, ma'am. We would like to welcome our chairperson, Mr. Divya Chauhanji also. She's online as well now. Ma'am, we'll request you to say a few words, ma'am.
A very good morning to all. Dr. Joshi, I think please continue. I just wanted to thank Dr. Shukla for giving us time this morning. She always makes sure with her vision that she's always there to encourage and support us. Thank you, Dr. Shukla. Dr. Joshi, please continue. I would like to hear all the speakers and then I will speak. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
It is a great privilege to introduce Ms. Kamal Kapoor, a distinguished industry expert with over 3 decades of exemplary experience in the global fashion and apparel industry. With an illustrious career spanning 30 years, Ms. Kapoor has successfully led and managed complex supply chain operations across the Indian subcontinent for 2 of the most renowned retailers in the United States. Her leadership role as CEO for the Indian subcontinent in these organizations stand to her strategic vision, operational excellence, and deep understanding of global sourcing and retail systems. What truly distinguishes Ms. Kapoor is her belief that industry knowledge must be complemented by effective delivery, driven by strong people management and communication skills. Currently, Ms. Kapoor serves as a consultant to Kohinoor Enterprises, advising on marketing strategies and staff training, a role she has undertaken since year 2012. Ms. Kamal Kapoor's journey seamlessly bridges industry leadership and academic excellence, making her a true catalyst for innovation, professional development, and future-ready talent in fashion textiles. Please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Kamal Kapoor.
Good morning. I think
that whenever I'm introduced, three very important facts about me are missing. And I'm going to share these with you. I'm a person of passion, and my first passion is travel. I like to travel. I like wildlife, nature, and cultural experiences. I have been on so diverse. That's me on the Amazon River, and I caught a piranha. And those of you who have read Ian Fleming's novel, James Bond, you know that the Mr. Blofeld had a tank full of these piranha, and he would throw his enemies into it, and they would nibble you to death. So it was fascinating for me to catch one, but then, of course, I had to throw it back. I have also, from the riverbed, how do we move forward? Yeah, okay. So from the riverbed, I went to 15,000 feet, where the oxygen was very low. Oh, but my spirit was high. And then, still not the last, but a very recent experience, when I entered a country through a river, via a river, I should say, the Mekong River. And this is Laos, where I learned what is sharing, because these monks only feed on the alms that are given to them every morning at 4 o'clock. My second passion is sport. My first love was Usain Bolt, and I quite embarrassed my family that I would never greet anyone like this but with his trademark. So I stopped doing that because he has trademarked that, and now I can't use that anymore. I love tennis. I was a good player now, but I continue to like Roger Federer, and I've told his wife that. Third, and not the least, I am in love with this apparel and textile industry. I fell in love with it when I saw the first carpet weaver sitting and he was calling out the pattern, to now when I can see these beautiful factories where you can't see anyone doing the weaving and you can eat off the floor. I love every aspect of it. And I don't know if you've heard of the term die with your boots on. That's going to be me with this, even if I'm visiting it on a wheelchair. I hope not. So, next slide. We've had a technology failure. It's not me. I brought my pen drive. Do you need that? Yeah. No, go back. Go back. Is it? So now I'm actually coming to the topic for which I was called. I was called not to talk so much about myself, but about what is transforming fashion and textile, what is happening in the new age, and what are the opportunities with us. We are definitely in a new world. We are certainly not in the stone age anymore. We are where robots are performing knee surgery and drones are fighting wars. So technology is a force, a very potent force that is shaping global growth. It's a world we have upgraded all our tools, AI-powered sewing machines, robotic arms handling delicate fabrics, and precision cutting that is reducing wastage. Technology is now our shared canvas. I'm sharing the canvas with technology. And it has got me thinking of my entire value chain. So I see 5 forces that are shaping this industry: digital and product creation, AR and VR experiences, bio-based, recycled, and next-gen material, and last but not least, sustainability. In digital production, almost all, I mean, it's a vocabulary that you're almost growing up with. We see that all major brands are using this, whether it is a Nike or Adidas, Gucci, they're all using DPC for 3D designs, offering unique customer experiences and reducing waste. Then we have AR and VR experiences, and these have made it possible, more engaging, convenient, personalized shopping, better fit, fewer returns. A major push has been given by a lot of brands that are close, like Adidas and Patagonia, and I'm not sure if anyone on the dais has done this. And closer to home, I know of little homegrown brands like Beach and Rashika. And however, I have to admit that there will be only a big breakthrough in this area if all of you participate, if you are conscious of what you're buying. Generative AI is used in creative work, concept art, prints and new designs, trend forecasting, and virtual try-ons. Last but not least is sustainability. In my language, this means create, use, but don't deplete or destroy, but to return it in some form or the other back to the source. So I'm very encouraged when I hear some of the big industry names that are working on projects such as waterless dyeing. But once again, this is an area where you need to, you, the user, needs to get more involved. The industry is doing their part, and you need to participate in this. Our success, however, will come when we combine material innovation, digital design, intelligent retail, instead of treating each of our pillars in silos. And now, before I end, I want to come to me. Where am I in this entire circle? Am I not needed anymore? Is it the pressing of the button that is going to do it all? No, I don't think so. I am the soul. I am the storyteller. I am the original. And AI is the engine runner. It does what I program it to do. Okay. So don't take yourself out of this occasion. The future is not created in isolation, but it is co-created. I think I am like Aditi, and I have a magic lamp, which is technology, and I love it. And I tell the genie, what do I want? Okay, the genie doesn't tell me. So don't take yourself out of this. You, we are important. He doesn't do anything. He does what I tell him to do. Thank you. Go. Get my water.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words of wisdom and sharing the detailed presentation with us. Next, I'm so very proud to introduce to you Mr. Hemant Ruparelia, Managing Director, Strawberry Studio Exports. With over 29 years of work experience, his tenure as Managing Director at Strawberry Studio Exports Private Limited has been marked by an unwavering commitment to excellence in the apparel and fashion industry. His team has consistently quality and affordable kidswear that not only meets but exceeds market expectations. His core competencies lie in steering organizational mission with a strategic vision, deeply understanding the nuances of the industry, the fashion trends, and driving growth through innovative consumer centric strategies. At Strawberry Studio Exports, they pride themselves in their ability to embrace changes and bring diverse perspectives to the global stage, ensuring that their values align with the evolving needs of their clientele. Sir, I request you to kindly share your ideas and thoughts with the gathering.
Good morning. Thank you, Smitaji, Dr. Joshi, distinguished panel and faculty. And hello to all the students here. Thank you for having us here. It's an honor, and I'm proud to be addressing you. You're the new generation that's going to be entering this fashion industry, and a lot rests on your shoulders. I think our friends have spoken about a lot of things. I'm going to ask you a basic question today. How would you define good design? Anybody here is going to answer that for me? Anybody can define, how would one define basic design? Anyone? No? Form, function, how would you define a good design? A good design incorporates form and function. I'm sure you guys have gone through that a lot of times. In this age, however, you got to go beyond that. There's a responsibility attached to it as well. Responsibility not only for what you create, but how you create it. And that's what I think what today's theme is about. What we've got to understand as a new generation is that we cannot just rely on the old methods and continue with the same. You are the generation that is, like my fellow panelists have said, tech savvy, more keen on using technology and understanding new processes. We have different innovations today in the industry. I'll give you an example of digital printing, which is still, we might call it new, but it's 15 years old. So there's a lot more to come. From cavemen to the 2020s, the future is something that you guys are going to make of it. The fashion industry is largely criticized for its environmental footprint. We contribute to, I think, more than 10% of the carbon emissions in the world and 20% of wastewater. These are hard facts, which countries today are grappling, retail chains are grappling to survive and to bring up sustainability factors in their supply chains. This begins with a thought process. as a generational change, and especially in a country like India, where we are struggling with value for life, value for the ecosystem and nature comes a distant second. But as a new generation, you have to put the thought first. When you put pen to paper, when you start a design process, you have to think about where it's going to be, where your raw material is going to come from, how is it going to be sourced. All of this forms part of critical thinking that you guys need to employ in your thought process. So this is something that you've got to learn and incorporate and take it forward from there. So thank you. That's it. Just keep sustainability in your minds. Be open, and all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you.
I'll request our respected chairperson, Mr. Divya Chauhanji, to say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
A very good morning to all. May I please request all our students, thank you for being there, but please do first give a loud applause to all your speakers. They are especially here for you. So I cannot hear the applause, Dr. Joshi. I hope it's there because they have taken out time for you, especially to be there. Mr. Devanshu, Roshanji, Kamalji, who I've met before actually, and Hemanji, thank you so much for being there, our respected speakers of the day. We have organized this conference so that our students can learn and get some guidance from you all. Thank you so much for being there. I think what you all have touched today is an important part, whether it is sustainability or the influence of AI today. But I think our students have to learn a lot and they have to go very far. So I hope you all will see and come and guide them, come more to the university to see how they're doing, and please guide them. Students, they've specially taken out time for you. I hope you all are grateful for that. You have a long day ahead. I'm not going to take very long. Dr. Joshi, many congratulations to you and your team for organizing this. I was in touch with Dr. Shukla since morning. I heard her speak. She spoke amazingly well for the university, for the students, for our institute. I'm grateful to her for that. It was our founder's vision that we must have fashion technology. Otherwise, it was always engineering and law. But today, fashion is making its own mark. Very recently, I attended a very interesting handloom fashion show where all the looms were discussed. And Dr. Joshi, I would like to organize something like that for our students very soon. So thank you all for being here. And sustainability is the most important part today. And I like Kamalji said that, and Hemanji said, it's not just the consumers. I mean, it is the consumers, sorry. It is not just the people who are manufacturing. They are trying their best, but as consumers, we also have to be conscious about this. And you are the real consumer students. So please be conscious about this. There's lots we have to do. So thank you very much for being there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so I will now request conference chair to kindly thank all the speakers with Amity Momento and Amity Sapling. Mr. Devanshu Datta, founder, Third Eyesight and co-founder, PVC Partners. Can we have a round of applause? Mr. Roshan Baid, Managing Director, Paragon Apparel Private Limited. Mr. Hemant Ruparelia, Managing Director, Strawberry Studio Exports. Ms. Kamal Kapoor, Owner, Achievers Consulting. Thank you all for this insightful journey. It had been a remarkable experience filled with valuable knowledge, diverse perspectives, and inspiring ideas. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session of INCFAT 25, and we are starting with technical session 1. In the meantime, I would like to thank our conference chair, conference advisor, conference patron, for their inspiration and for making this event happen. I'll request students, faculty, staff members to remain seated, and I'll request the speakers of this session to join us for a cup of tea in the lounge. And we are starting with technical session 1 without any break because all the researchers and the dignitaries are waiting for the next session. And I request the speakers of this session to kindly join us for tea in the lounge. Thank you all. Pleasure having you. So should we start with the next? We are now starting with technical session 1, and I'm very delighted that we have with us Professor Dr. Kusum Chopra, ex-chairperson, fashion design, NIFT Delhi, and Dr. Vandana Bhandari, ex-professor and dean, NIFT Delhi, for this session. I request ma'am to kindly come on the dais. I just Okay. Students, please remain seated. We are going to start with the next session, technical session 1 of International Conference on Fashion, Apparel and Textile. And I would also like to mention that the event has been supported by Electrotech International. I am delighted to welcome you all to technical session 1 of International Conference on Fashion, Apparel and Textiles 25, a session focusing on vital and timely theme of sustainable practices for fashion and textiles. For this session, we have with us Dr. Vandana Bhandari, ex-professor and dean, NIFT Delhi. She's joined us online. And Professor Dr. Kusum Chopra, ex-chairperson, fashion design, NIFT Delhi. I'll request Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi to kindly welcome ma'am with an amity, memento and sapling. Thank you, sir. So now we initiate this session. It is a great honor to present to you Dr. Vandana Bhandari, ex-professor and dean, NIFT Delhi, who's joined us online. She's an author and educator, director of awards and scholarships, Textile Society of America, volume editor, Bloomsbury's Encyclopedia of World Textiles. Dr. Bhandari possesses more than 40 years of leadership expertise in the fashion and textile and craft sectors. Her tenure as professor and dean of academics at NIFT, along with her industry experience, exemplifies her expertise and impact in both education and industry. As a board member of organizations such as Delhi Craft Council, Sadhana Udaipur, UPES, and Textile Society of America, she works to examine the relationship between fashion and craft. Dr. Bhandari's scholarly contributions and publications, especially her author-edited volumes, illustrate her profound expertise in textiles. Her books include Costume, Textiles and Jewelry of India, Traditions in Rajasthan, Jewel Textiles, Gold and Silver Embellished Cloth of India. She's currently working on reviving and refining of Fulkari embroidery and also working with tribal artists. Ma'am, may I invite you to kindly address the gathering?
Thank you so much. At the start, I'd like to thank Amity and especially Dr. Pradeep Joshi for inviting me for this, for speaking at this conference. And I wish I was there. I see Dr. Chopra, my colleague and friend, and it would be wonderful to have been there, but unfortunately, I could not be present in person. I think I'm going to start with talking about a recent experience I had. I had visited Punjab because we are doing a project with the Craft Council on reviving and refining the Fulkari embroidery. And while we were doing our diagnostic study, we went around to many villages. We went to retail markets, we spoke to experts, and I could not see the traditional form of Fulkari happening anywhere. And we were one evening wandering and we went to a shop in Patiala. And there was this person and he started showing us these, he pulled out some Fulkaris and they were all computerized. They were all made on a computerized embroidery machine. And the person who was escorting us around was a former student. And, over dinner, he said, ma'am, when he started showing those computerized embroidery machines, your face just became white, I was so shocked. I was here. What is going to happen to the future of crafts in India when there is so much computerization, when there is so much machine that is getting integrated into our work? So there is a dichotomy between the handmade and the machine, which has typified technical production processes between couture and prêt-à-porter, and in a country such as ours, between handloom and powerloom, between hand block printing versus digital printing, hand embroidery versus computerized machinery. And I think we are at such a junction that we really need to be worried about the direction that we are going in. Before I mention anything else, I think we have to understand that India is internationally recognized for its fine workmanship and is home to some of the most versatile techniques in the world. And I remember I wrote this for an article once for an international audience, and this person said, can you give me evidence of that it has the maximum number of techniques in the world, and it is the most prolific in handmade techniques. And I said, unfortunately, you'll have to come and see one of our villages to understand this idea. And I was so happy that, Ms. Divya Chauhan earlier mentioned about having conferences on handlooms and handicrafts, because while it is important, and I know the morning speakers all talked about machines and setting up factories and looking to the future, I think it's extremely important that we look to the existing skills in the country, which are so unique and which are so varied, and they're just not available anywhere else in the world. So I think when we compete in the world market, if we compete with something which no one else has, I think we are already going to be winners. So I'm going to talk specifically about trends in Indian embroidery, and we find that the stitches, the motifs, the interpretations that people do with embroideries, really they're a reflection of our local cultures and traditions. They are not just they are not just a stitch, and the motive is not just a motive. So these outstanding handicraft skills have been passed down from generation to generation and have flourished in our country over thousands of years. In the past 50 years, we see that as fashion started to evolve, the trends in Indian embroidery also evolved, and there was a dynamic blend of tradition, modernization, and global influence. Embroideries from India emerged as a leading aspect of its contemporary fashion and textile culture. And as fashion evolved, we have seen the embroideries also changing and evolving. So whether they were used, by in bridal wear by popular fashion labels, or used as fabric decoration for international design brands and couture houses such as Chanel, or they were being promoted as part of our socio-economic developmental agendas of not-for-profit interventions in craft clusters, we find that embroideries draw from the myriad surface embellishment traditions that have evolved historically in different regions of the world. And what these embroideries are is probably a topic for discussion in another space. But these embroideries have played a very important role in different communities. They represent community identities. They have played an important role in domestic rituals, rites of passages, social occasions, and so on and so forth. Over the years, we found that many fashion designers, very well renowned fashion designers, became important players in the field because of the type of embroideries that they were doing. And some of them started to revive specific embroideries. So if we look at Ritu Kumar, she's well known for reviving and renewing the usage of Zardozi. We see designers like Meera and Muzaffar Ali or Abujani Sandeep Khosla, who worked with chikankari. Though really the first revival of chikankari happened with the organizations such as Seva at the interventions of experts like Laila Tayebji. Rohit Bal worked with the Suzini of Kashmir, and he really brought it into the fashion space. Other designers have innovated using a variety of design stitches, traditional techniques, and making, impacting fashion with their own distinct design language while using embroidery. And I would like to give the example of Sabyasachi Mukherjee and Tarun Tahiliani in this context. And I know when Sabyasachi started to use metal embroidery with a sequin look to achieve a very vintage look, it just became so popular all across the world. And Tarun, when he started to use Swarovski crystals in his embroideries, but yet giving a very chic and a very fitted and a very draped look to his garments, suddenly took traditional embroidery to a new forum. Other designers like Anamika Khanna, more recently like Rahul Mishra, have really used Indian embroidery techniques in very innovative ways. And they were able to do it because though they were using the techniques which were very traditional, but they were unbound by the historical imagery and motifs, and they created artists which could, an artistic level, I should say, which could be really considered very disruptive. Related to such works are the, also are embroideries which are being produced in India for international fashion and couture houses. There's been a lot of talk of, I'm sure the students have heard about the project which Dior did with the Chanakya School of Textiles, and how they created such fantastic embroidered panels and created a amazing showcase in Mumbai at the gateway of India. But Many of these have nothing to do with the traditional imagery and motifs which are there in our Indian repertoire. Now, what is happening that while what I've been talking about, while these reflections are focusing on the handcrafted traditions of India, we are finding that there is a compellingly new series of design and material direction which is happening, and which are coming out from the machine made sector. And this is adding a totally new repertoire in the Indian embroidery scenario. Many designers, many fashion designers who really started with hand embroidery and became very famous as hand embroidery designers, are unfortunately now falling back on machine, because the machine is, as all of us know, faster, cheaper, but it also creates more standard products. It also creates more, it lacks the uniqueness and the individuality of the hand embroideries. And with the machine, when designers started to use machine, I think the replication of their products also became very important, and many of these designers started to get copied in the mass market segment. And we are aware that the CAD, the computerized embroidery machines, which really just read digitized design files, automatically stitch complex designs with a very what should I say, very high level of accuracy and consistently, and just reducing the production time compared to traditional hand embroidery. And with multi needle heads, like I remember when we started looking at computerized needle machines, there used to be 2-3 heads, and now they come with hundreds of heads, and then at the same time so many pieces can be created. And of course now there's all sorts of embroidery digitizing software. I was in I was in Lucknow once, and I was talking to this designer who used to draw, who could still draw beautiful designs. And he was telling me, he says, slowly it's so much cheaper to just get digitized designs from the computer, that I use my skill less and less. And as people use their innate skills less and less, I think it is a cause of worry for us, that how is this going to happen? Where is it going to go in the future? Being faster to produce embroideries on computerized machines are starting to be offered as alternative techniques for a means of decorating fabric. We are finding that many designers are kind of coexisting. They're using some work which is being done on machine, and then on top of that they do some bit of hand embroidery, just to still keep, I think, the illusion of embroidery. And many of these machine techniques, to this date, I think in India at least, we are employing some amount of human creative labor. So it would suggest the increasing validity of an extended understanding of what constitutes the handmade in India. And we find digitalization and technology are transforming fashion and textile embroidery by shifting from manual, very labor intensive processes to a highly efficient, precise, and innovative industry. The evolution is driven by very advanced softwares, automated machinery, integrated digital tools that enhance creativity, sustainability, and customization. And I'm just going to end this by saying I'm a great believer in the power of the hand and the power of the skills that so many people in this country have. I remember I was at a conference once in the US, and this lady stood up and she said, and she was talking about hand knitting, and she said, I am so inspired to do hand knitting because my grandmother used to do hand knitting. And I was sitting in the audience, coming from a country where every single person's grandmother did hand knitting. And if you walk through, the villages of Punjab, or Himachal, there is not a single person whose grandmothers would not have done hand knitting, and many other parts of the country. So imagine the power we have, the power of the skill that we have, I think it's outstanding. We can't even imagine it. Every time I go to a village and I see what people are doing, seemingly uneducated, seemingly non-urban people, seemingly not knowing anything about creativity, art, fashion, creating such fantastic objects just out of their knowledge that they have gained as they were growing up. So I'll end by saying that though the amalgamation of the handmade and the machine, we are seeing a new aesthetic emerging in a country where every hand skill has underpinnings of heritage, culture, and symbolism. It is really my hope that the 3 billion hands we have continue to sustain the hand processes, which are such an important part of our Indian legacy. And even though we are going to move into eras which are guided more and more by artificial intelligence, we don't compete on those platforms, but continue to compete on what is a part of our legacy and our heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Your contribution is deeply appreciated.
Thank you, Vanda, for being here. And I think it would have been good that you should have come here physically. So we look forward to have your presence some other time.
I'm still waiting. I'm going to get my memento and sapling, I hope.
I'm going to send you online.
Thank you. Thank you. Such a pleasure. I'm really sorry I couldn't come. I would have loved to come, but just
But
today's
anyway,
circumstances are difficult.
Anyway, you have joined us online. Really thankful to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so proud to present to you Professor Dr. Kusum Chopra, ex-chairperson Fashion Design NIFT Delhi. She has done PhD from IIT Delhi and MSc from MS University. Professor Chopra has around 35 years of teaching, research, and professional experience. She has been conducting and supervising research at postgraduate and doctoral levels of various areas relating to apparel and textiles, which has enriched and broadened her exposure and experience. She joined National Institution of Fashion Technology in New Delhi in 1992 after working in universities of Delhi and Punjab for several years. After her retirement from NIFT in 2007, she was the principal of IMS Design and Innovation Academy for 1.5 years. Some of the areas that have always been of great interest to her: inequality in apparel design and finish as perceived by the consumer. This led to her doctoral research on seam behavior of woven apparel fabrics, wherein she got an intensive insight of relating designs to aesthetics, production techniques, and control of quality. During the course of her career, she handled various consultancy projects related to product development, research, costumes, display, and publications. She keenly participates in projects related to the underprivileged section of society and has undertaken several training programs for them. Ma'am, I request you to kindly say a few words.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure listening to Dr. Vandana Bhandari, who's been a colleague with me for several years. Well, she touched upon a very good comparison between handmade and machine-made embroideries. As she began with the pulkari, I must add that I do have a hand-embroidered pulkari, which was done by my grandmother. So these products are still very valuable to all of us. This debate, handmade and machine-made, will go on forever. Whereas we cannot undermine the skill of the hand. And these products are always more valued than the machine-made ones. But nevertheless, as discussed by earlier speakers also, that the need of the hour is to depend on the machine for greater numbers and for various other reasons, But nevertheless, I think everybody in the audience, and especially the youngsters, must appreciate that, in their wardrobes, do not have all machine-made stuff. Occasionally, I'm sure you visit many melas and, such areas where, handmade stuff is sold. So your
in your possession, you must have some handmade stuff as well. This will not only promote the craft, but it also gives a very good personal feeling of satisfaction that you belong to a country, to a society where handmade stuff is still being produced in large numbers. And I think the contribution of all of us in that respect is very, very important. So there is nothing much to add, but only thing that Professor Vandana Bhandari has also stressed is that the need of the hour is machine-made stuff, but at the same time, please appreciate and recognize the importance of the hand. That's all that I would like to say, and I hope all of you will, especially the youngsters, the students, will continue to appreciate the handmade products. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chopra, for coming all the way from Gurgaon and the traffic. And give a big round of clap to her. Dr. Chopra and Kamalji have come all the way from Gurgaon because that is their love for the institution. Thank you. You can start.
We will now commence with the paper presentations by our esteemed researchers. First, we have digital versus physical prototyping in belt buckles, a study in design, timing, and sustainability by Indranil Saha, NIFT Kolkata, and Satish S, NIFT Chennai.
I request the researchers to share their presentations. Indranil Saha and Satish S, NIFT Kolkata and NIFT Chennai.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Please switch on your camera and share your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Is it audible?
Yes, it's audible and you're visible also.
Yes, ma'am. Just sharing this.
I'll request all paper presenters to stick to the timeline of 6 to 8 minutes, maximum 8 minutes. You may please start. Yes, it's visible. Yeah, please
With the
start.
presentation. Okay, fine. Good morning, respected chairpersons, jury members, faculty members, and fellow researchers and students. So I am Satish, a faculty member and researcher in Fashion Accessory Design Department in NIFT Chennai. Today, we will be presenting our paper titled Digital vs Physical Prototyping in Belt Buckles, a study in design, thinking, and sustainability. This research has been carried out in collaboration with my co-author and my colleague, Dr. Indranil Saha from NIFT Kolkata, whose contributions were instrumental in research and analysis. So we begin with our research presentation. So belt is our major topic and belt buckle is our focus. So when we see the global fashion market is trending and improving and spreading across with a 3.1 CAGR across every year with a capital of 394 billion expected to be in 2034 in USD dollars, and whereas the fashion belt market contributes to around 3.12 in the year 24 and to see as a 4.5 CAGR and expected to be growing and contributing to 4.56 billion by 2023. So if you see in the overall approach, fashion belt contributes around 1.4% of the overall fast fashion market. So it's a huge opportunity. So with that opportunity where we are seeing belt buckles, it's a very small component in the fashion industry, but plays a very vital role in terms of the functional comfort and aesthetics with many luxury brands as well as the premium and mass markets. Where also where the brands works very seasonally, some brands work on 4 season, autumn, winter, spring, summer, and majorly India works on 2 season, which is autumn and winter together and spring and summer together. So then, where like the seasonal cost makes a huge impact with their operational expenses. So this becomes our problem statement where to address it. So metal prototyping, though, delivers a very strong and premium finish, but has its own uh, cons. Like it has a very long sampling cycles when we talk about the fashion statement, where each and every day new designs are coming out, and it takes a longer cycle to develop new buckles every day, and a high development cost involves the molding and the metals and intense human labor operations, where the material wastage and chemical finishing is also seen as a huge threat to the environment, and some of the skin allergy and export complaints issues also to be considered for this study. For example, European market has a very stringent REACH regulation, and US market has CPSA, where the lead, chromium, and cadmium kind of elements or the metals should not be cross zero point 0.5 0 0.5 mm in the buckles when reacts to the acidic sweat and other kind of abrasion to the human body. So with this, showing a tentative traditional belt prototyping, it requires 17 tentative steps to make one buckle. Starts from design development, material selection, and keeps going, as you can see, till the final approval of production. Whereas instead of the 17, what about 3D belt prototyping in just 8 steps, which directly from our 3D CAD goes into the machine for 3D printing, and directly just a two-step of post processing, which is crease removal and curing, and we can directly see our prototype ready. So this is what the 3D printing machine where we are working is for Form 4L, Delightful Pony, and some of the advantages or the opportunities towards the shift towards digital prototyping is CAD driven design flows. So once your design is ready, directly we can get it printed. Rapid prototyping without molds and intensive human intervention, lightweight, customizable forms, reduced material, low inventory or the wastage of the material, and the energy consumption. So the methodology what we had is we sourced and procured a 40 mm belt buckle, which is broadly used by many of the men's and also can be considered as some of the unisex buckle. So the two prototypes what we developed is one is the brass buckle, which is a 40 mm belt buckle, and against that we developed a 3D printed buckle in the Form 4L machine and using tough 2000 resin, which is a thermostat resin. Comparison of the metal and 3D buckle into 4 parameters, which we'll be discussing in the following slides, and discussing about our analysis and findings. So the 4 parameters on which the research has been carried is the design flexibility against the metal versus the 3D print, especially for the prototyping stage, production time and cost, aesthetic and functional qualities, customization and scalability. So when we discuss about the results and findings of the first parameter, where we discuss about the design flexibility and aesthetic complexity, texture and complex geometric capability. So when we see 3D fashion sampling using our Form 4L, actually has a high flexibility to work on any kind of textures, whereas the traditional prototyping requires a lot of manual intervention, that prototyping, then the mold has to be developed each and every time, though the same, the design has to be to undergo a lot of textures based on the seasonal or the trend based design needs. Then coming to the complexity of the geometry, though it is very straight lines or either it takes organic forms, still it needs any new cast or the mold has to be developed. Whereas the 3D fashion buckle or the sampling takes very little time or no time, and our samples are with us in the. This is one of the screenshots where the same buckle has been developed in the 3D Rhino, and the same buckle has been loaded in the software preforms for the 4L printing. So this is the rafts you can see immediately, it tells what kind of the consumption, what kind of the volume of the resin it takes, how much wraps it is printed, how much of the layers it goes under. So this is some of the technicalities. And this is the 3D buckle which was printed in the form L through this input up from the Rhino uh, CAD file. And this is the textures what I was discussing about as one of the advantage of the 3D printed. Though it is a normal buckle, we can play with n number of textures without developing any mold, any cast, and any other human intervention to develop. So, ready-made textures can be easily developed, which is one of the core philosophy what we are talking about in the fast fashion. So the second criteria, the parameter, what we talk is about the production time and cost for prototyping. So we all know, like fast fashion, and also the fashion comes with lot of parameters, like the production time, whereas the traditional prototyping costs 40 to 48 hours approximately to develop one prototyping, where we discussed about, we saw the 17 different steps. Whereas the fashion prototyping just takes 2.5 hours to 3 hours, which actually reduces the time by almost 10 folds. Sampling cost of the traditional prototyping, it takes around 800 rupees approx, whereas the 3D fashion buckle takes only 50 rupees approximately for the 25 ml of the tough 2000 resin. And the energy consumption based on the observations, it's very high. That is high. If I want to quantify, it will be 8 to 15 kilowatts per hour. Whereas the 3D fashion sampling, it's very moderate, which takes around 3 kilowatt per hour. So this explains, like a lot of benefits towards the 3D fashion, where we discuss more on the results and the conclusions. So this is one of the screenshot which shows the material used, where you can see it's a 26 ml and the time to be printed for the buckle is only 2 hours 22 minutes. So which is makes our prototyping very easy by the 3D printing solutions. This is one of the curing process after the 3D printing before the sorry, it's like the after the creasing, it goes for the curing process. So IPA is used for the isopropyl alcohol is used to remove the 3D creasing, which also cures the prints to prevent the binding agents to act, so that the no toxin resins is being released after curing process. And aesthetic and functional qualities. So surface finish, which actually the traditional prototyping makes a huge advantage, whereas a 3D fashion buckling is dragging, or like the it's not having the pro. It's very moderate because the colors, the finishes is not up to the mark when compared to the traditional prototyping. Weight, if we see, like the traditional prototyping takes 80 grams, the 3D fashion buckle only takes 45 grams. Skin compatibility, the even though when we work with the highest of the standards, still, like there is a possibility for the lead or any other cadmium materials can be released at high temperatures, which cause very carcinogenic to the end consumers. But 3D fashion elements buckles is hypoallergenic materials, which makes it very compatible for again the humans when it comes to the skin compatibility. So these are some of the pictures where in comparison with the metal buckle with the three rest of the 3D buckle, whereas the first, the second buckle is a regular buckle without texture. The texture A and B looks with the immediate or ASAP texture with one click away from our design intervention. So below is the image where we can see the buckle with lot of textures. It enables the fast fashion to happen in a very quick way, and technology helps us to make the prototypes in a very lucrative and a good processed way. And the last point,
Kindly
what we
conclude. Sir,
yes,
please
ma'am.
conclude now.
Yes, ma'am. So customization and digital design flexibility, 3D fashion makes it very fast, and with our n number of designs and n number of cycles, And prototyping iterations is also very fast in terms of the 3D samples. This is one sample where my name is try to put on over the buckle, and whereas it takes very few minutes or seconds to get over it. So customization can also be enabled by many small buckle vendors to make the custom logos for the vendors and custom logos for the or the names can be for the end use customers, which enables them to grow faster in fast-paced industry. And this is the overall comparison chart, whereas the design, flexible and texture variation, 3D fashion buckle is showing the edge, post-production time and cost. Again, the 3D fashion buckle is showing the edge. Aesthetic and surface quality, the traditional prototyping is superior in terms of the finish. Customization and flexibility, 3D fashion sample is again showing the edge. And discussion and conclusion, shift from traditional to digital sampling in accessory designs plays a vital role in terms of the fast fashion prototyping. And the drawbacks of the traditional prototyping in terms of the high energy use and longer time lead and the higher in terms of the cost, but it also shows us superior strength and surface finish. So rest of the points where we already discussed, limitations for the 3D fashion sample in terms of the durability, finish and scalability. Traditional methods is preferred for the final production, whereas the 3D buckle shows high compromise in terms of the prototyping. So limitations of the study, focus limited to only the prototyping stage, not discussed on the manufacturing plot, restricted material and process range, energy data based on only indicative estimates or the observations, no structured consumer testing has been done, it's only on the observation level. Scope for further study is the mechanical strengths, the tear resistance and the abrasions are not being tested, which has a scope, and environmental exposure under UV and moisture, volume based cost benefit analysis on the real time production basis, advanced additive manufacturing materials explorations can be further be studied, hybrid approaches for strength and the finish enhancement where the 3D and the traditional buckles can be come into hybrid process future to cut down many cost effective and the production timelines. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll request all the researchers to please not to exceed beyond 8 minutes. We also have the poster presentations by our researchers. The posters are displayed at the end of the hall. Threads of Tradition Redefining Assamese Gamosa for Contemporary Menswear by Renu Singh Malik and Abhishek Chakrabarti, Department of Fashion Design, Jagannath University, Bahadurgarh, Haryana, and Unraveling the Thrift Market Ecosystem in Delhi, Insights into Trade Practices, Consumer Behavior and High Health Risks by Rahul Kumar Singh and Anu H. Gupta, University Institute of Fashion Technology and Vocational Development, Punjab University, Chandigarh. I'll request all the guests and the students, faculty members to please see their poster presentations also.
For the next paper presentation, we have industry-led initiatives to educate consumers on sustainable fashion choices by Shikha Kapoor and Amar Mithapalli by Avantika University, Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh.
Thank you. It's visible, everyone?
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amar Mittapalli along with my co-author Miss Shika Kapoor from Avantika University, Ujjain. Today, we will be discussing how industry-led initiatives play a crucial role in educating consumers and influencing sustainable fashion choices. Sustainable fashion educating consumers. Sustainable fashion has become increasingly important due to the rising environmental concerns and growing consumer awareness. This study examines how industry initiatives educate consumers to make responsible fashion choices. We focus on brand campaigns, labeling system, digital media, and government supported programs that influence awareness and the behavior. Sustainable fashion has become increasingly important. Brands are actively educating consumers through three major approaches. First is mandate transparency. Second is storytelling. Third is circularity, where brands are supply chain and the sourcing details. It's a very transparent. And the second is the storytelling, which creates emotional engagement with sustainability values. Third is the circularity, encouraging recycling, reuse, and the reduced consumption. Uh, there are the many case studies are there. The Patagonia famous "Don't Buy This Jacket" campaign promoted mindful consumption and surprisingly increased sales by 40%, showing consumer trust in honest messaging. Uh, H&M and Conscious Collection highlights recycled materials with 64% sustainable sourcing reported in 2022. Uh, Alien Fisher's Renew program demonstrates circular fashion by collecting and reselling used garments over 1.5 million pieces since 2009. Role of the labeling and the certifications.
Excuse me, please put your presentation on full screen mode.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is it visible? Yeah. Certifications act as the decision-making tools and the consumers. GOTS ensures organic textile standards. Eco Tex confirms products are free from harmful substances. Fair trade promotes ethical wages and the safe working conditions. Research shows that 54% of consumers consider certification through greenwashing, and the lack of standardization remain challenges. If we talk about the government policies over there, government supports sustainability through anti-waste laws, transparency, regulations, and promotions of circular textiles. These policies push brands towards accountability and encourage consumers to rethink fast fashion habits. There are the global policy examples also. France banned the disconstruction of unsold clothing in 2022 to reduce waste. The EU textile strategy promotes durability, repair, recycling, and reuse. The UK's cap initiative focuses on reducing carbon footprints, water usage, and the textile waste. If we talk about the H&M's sustainability and initiatives, H&M aims to use 100% recycled materials by 2030. Their initiatives include recycled materials, sustainable sourcing, and the conscious collections. Reports indicate a 30% increase of recycled material usage, highlighting measurable industry impact. Consumer education and succession challenges. On the positive side, awareness of sustainable materials in increasing and demand for second-hand fashion is rising. However, challenges remain, especially lack of standardized information, and higher cost. While many consumers support sustainability in principle, it does not always translate into the purchasing behavior. consumer perception and behavior. Consumers are confused by sustainability claims, leading to hesitation. Price remains the biggest barrier. The highlights the need for clear communication, affordability, and trust building strategies to promote sustainable consumption. Towards the sustainable fashion of the future, educating consumers must be a continuous effort. All stakeholders, brand, policymakers, and consumers must actively engage. As the quote suggests, be the change that you wish to see in the world. Last conclusion, the future of sustainable fashion education. It's brands and consumers and government must be collaborate, use blockchain for the supply chain transparency, shift to the circular fashion system for economic opportunities. Thank you.
For the next paper presentation, we have Digital Portfolio Strategies and E-Cataloging Imperative in Indian Fashion Retail, a study of emerging e-commerce portfolios by B.C. Anand, Arka Jain University, Jharkhand.
Very good morning, rather good afternoon, everyone, respected dignitaries. It's very good to be back to Amity after a couple of years now. Allow me to share my presentation and present my first research for the day. I am B.C. Anant, Assistant Professor in the Department of Management, Arka Jain University, Jharkhand. So, I hope the presentation is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
All right, thank you. So the study of the day talks about digital portfolio strategies and the e-cataloging imperative in Indian fashion retail, a study on emerging e-commerce portfolios. E-commerce has evolved, and we all know, I want to talk about how the fundamentally reshaping nature of today's Indian e-commerce and how the fashion retailers are competing in India, not only in the formats like brick and mortar or beyond that, but in the digital spaces where the customers discover first, evaluate first, and then decide to whether to trust the brand or not. To introduce this basic idea of this emerging study and ongoing study, let's look at the market reality, which talks about India's fashion e-commerce, which is currently going through a seismic change and shift. And the physical stores are not anymore the touch points, primary in nature. Instead, the digital portfolios and the product pages, catalogs, specifically social media catalogs, have become the storefront. And this research of mine takes a look and overview over 120 students of mine or young fashion consumers who reveal something very crucial, which we'll be discussing over the junctures of the study. In this study, the market shift has been discussed, and the digital touch points, which have become the prima facie of today's generation of the fashion consumers, have been studied. And above all, the competitive intensity of the original versus the counterfeit product has also been touched upon, which eventually gives the brands an opportunity to actually analyze the transparency of their consumer trust rather, and design and cater to the audience likewise. So what are accumulating all the objectives? The primary objective for the day has become to explore how the Indian fashion retailers are positioning the digital portfolios and design e-cataloging as a core of the business asset to create unified experiences of the brand and enhance the consumer trust and overall offering. And the key research questions for the day will be how do the consumers discover and evaluate the fashion product in digital portfolios? What role does generative AI to be very specific recommendations and trends play in portfolio engagement? And how can portfolios build trust across the diverse consumer segments in the spreading times and the several tiers of the demography that are being studied? The methodology is simple in this case. In this first paper of mine, where I've tapped in to 120 respondents as a part of convenient sampling, and the age group has been 18 to 25, dominating this particular research. The collection of data has been through social media platforms and has also focused on how AI, or specifically generative AI, is driving the recommendations based on several purchasing. The analysis is basically descriptive in nature, and cross-tabulation and segmentation analysis has also been performed in the paper. So this stands as the descriptive paper where every single aspect, the variables have been discussed very specifically, and how the consumers, rather respondents, have responded to it. And it discusses several touch points like indicative fashion e-commerce segment, which the study itself is based on, primary touch points for fashion content, or the fashion for taking assessments of their own fashions, their own capsules rather. Typical digital browsing intensity has also been discussed of several platforms that includes platforms like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and other platforms, and so on. Their exposure to generative artificial intelligence, the likes of Meta AI, the likes of Snap AI, the likes of ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, and many others have also been touched upon. Moving ahead, the key variables and dimensions of the study are discovery patterns. Basically, the study has secluded two major platforms, that are Instagram and YouTube, and the browsing intensity, and these have been the touch points for this particular discovery pattern. AI engagement, basically the decorative perception, like you must recently have seen that everybody went through that, the anime trend, or the Ghibli trend in the recent times. So that decorative perception has been studied, support function has been identified, and active discovery is still being studied. About the economic profile, since the study is for the age group 18 to 25, value science or consciousness has been studied, the mid-range buyers have been touched upon, and the aspirational goals have also been looked up to, which is still being studied. So what have we found out in this study? Basically, Instagram, for your generation of the viewers, I can see is dominating with 68.3% of image first primary touch as the image first primary touch point. And the average consumption we have found out for all those 120 respondents have been 61.7% of them consume 1 to 3%, 3 hours of the day. The intensity is there. And AI adjunct role, basically 43.3% of our users or respondents use AI as the support system only, which means basic fundamental algorithms help them shape their own capsule, or basically develop their portfolios, or choose through the portfolios, or identify the trends. This is the graph that discusses the consumer profile summary, basically the AI recommendation engagement patterns, where we have 28.3% of the active discovery, occasional support from the generative AI is 43.3%, and decorative, which basically is based on the trends, is 28.3% respectively. And another set of chart basically shows the consumer segment and engagement patterns, where the three key profiles reveal the several diverse digital portfolios, which are discovery patterns discussed in the previous slide, based on YouTube and Instagram, AI engagement, support, decorative and active nature, and spending profile, which is somewhat between 2,000 a month to 5,000 a month, depending upon the demography and the tiers which we have studied. So the final discussions basically are, what does this mean for the Indian retail strategy and Indian retailers for the days to come? So basically, if somebody is serious about the innovation in Indian, to know about the seriousness of Indian fashion e-commerce, we must know that digital portfolio has become the need of the hour, and Indian e-commerce industry specifically and fashion industry is one of the forefront runners in adapting this. However, we have a huge chunk of unorganized retail which we need to tap onto as a strategic asset, which means we first need to strengthen our fundamentals, invest in identifying the tools, invest in photography, sizing accuracy and plain language descriptions, because today it has become easy as well as difficult at the same time to differentiate between the content developed using AI or generative AI, because not everybody knows AI, but most of us do use it. And second is to maintain visual coherence across the channels, like your Instagram story, your listings in Myntra or any other platforms, and so on and so forth. And third is to deploy AI and trends as supporting layers and not replacement for the solid catalog architecture. This actually comes as a recommendation for the Indian retailers as well. And recommendations work best when they are actually anchored in a structured manner. And the fourth one is to build trust transparently and in the supply chain process as well. And for the first time e-commerce buyer, one should be aware of where the product is coming on. And the previous researcher also talked about the incorporation of something like blockchain in it. So the idea is basically to come to the reality where there's a lot of lack in the knowledge of digital portfolio and the understanding of digital portfolio in tier 3 respondents which have studied, and the portfolio needs to be taught to them or some way or the other skimmed through their skin that will help them understand what are the best practices and for the portfolio preparation. And in the end, I would just say one final statement that success integrates visual clarity, summed up with channeled coherence, stability of architecture of the platforms, and a trust transparency, either be in the entire process or be maybe from the customer as well as from the brand perspective. So yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you very much for having me.
For the next paper presentation, we have a study of platform preferences and engagement behavior among social media users in the fashion industry by Swati Bhalla and Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Amity School of Fashion Technology, Uttar Pradesh. Share.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be presenting my paper on platform preferences and engagement behavior among social media users in the fashion industry. This particular paper studies the social media users, 402 users who've participated on preferences on which platforms they prefer on social media. There were six platforms that were covered: Pinterest, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. There has been a lot of research in this field, yes, but most of the research concentrates either on one platform or concentrates on one segment, like the luxury segment or the fast fashion segment only. Here in my paper, we concentrate fashion in general, and we have 6 platforms that we cover here. It's a quantitative research. The main objectives of the research is to identify the most preferred social media platform for fashion brand engagement among active social media users, to examine how demographic factors, specifically age and gender, influence social media usage, frequency, and brand intimacy. The research methodology it's a quantitative design. Online questionnaire was shared through various social media platforms, LinkedIn, WhatsApp groups, through Instagram, etc. The data analysis was primarily done using correlational analysis. The scope of the research is Indian social media users above the age of 18 who follow fashion brands regularly are in the urban and the semi-urban areas. The research tool used was the questionnaire, which had a Likert 5-point scale and a ranking scale. The sampling was done of a total of 402 responses were collected using purposive sampling, targeting users who actively follow fashion related pages, influencers or brands. The sample size was derived using Korac's formula, which was 385 was the target. We finally collected 402, which could actually be usable. Data analysis was done using Microsoft Excel, which was adequate for the descriptive and correlational analysis. This is where we show the main age. Of course, the social media users are primarily the youth. So that's there, but there is a balance in gender here. Educational level, very few who are just high school graduates. Most of them are quite educated. Occupation, some of them are students and newly employed as well. The annual income and social media usage, interestingly, multiple times a day, which is 86% of the users. Before going ahead with further tests, the strength of the data was, the reliability and validity was tested using Cronbach's alpha, which was 0.756%. Anything above 7 is the threshold and acceptable. How often do you use social media? Multiple times a day is what is seen in almost all age brackets, as you see. Women doing quite well, especially 18 to 24. But moving on, 25 to 34, men are the ones who are using social media a little more than women. For engaging with fashion brands, the most preferred social media platform, as you would know better than me, is Instagram. In all age brackets, Instagram wins. Facebook is, yes, seen, but in the more mature audience, anywhere between 35 and above, Facebook does form, it still is important. My trust in a brand increases when I engage with them on social media platforms. This trust is there in all age groups. The more you interact with a particular brand, the chances of actually having a valuable conversation, which increases your trust and brand intimacy, is seen. If we go ahead with the correlational analysis, gender and frequency of social media use, there's a weak positive seen there. Age and frequency of social media use, there's a weak negative seen. Gender and brand intimacy, again, no meaningful relationship is seen there. Whereas age and brand intimacy sees a weak correlation. That means higher emotional closeness and trust in fashion brands on social media compared to older users. So younger generation showing more trust. To summarize the research, age has the most noticeable, still weak, but the noticeable relationship as age increases. Both frequency of social media use and emotional trust in fashion brands tends to decrease. Gender difference is negligible. Engagement and trust parameters are broadly similar across genders. This suggests that age and not gender is the most relevant demographic factor influencing brand intimacy and social media activity. That's it. Thank you.
For the next paper presentation, we have development of biodegradable woven fabrics using unconventional fibers by Dr. Yogita Pandey, GBPUANT, Patnagar University.
Hello. I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, okay, fine. Sorry, ma'am. Actually, I didn't get my document which I have to share.
So should we take up the next researcher? Would you
Yes,
like?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, ma'am.
And in the meantime, you please download your
Okay,
document.
okay, 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 ma'am.
The next one.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
For next paper presentation, we have Repatterning Sustainability, Experimental Approaches to Zero Waste Fashion Prototyping by Dr. Hemlata Rodamani, Department of Fashion and Apparel Design, KLE Technological University, Hubli, and Sushma Pawan Kera Kalmati, founder Sapiens Hubli.
Dr. Hemlata. Dr. Hemlata, please make your presentation.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, educationists, and dear students. Myself, Sushma Kirkalmatti, along with the Dr. Hemlata Dodamani. I'll just share my screen. Give me a minute. Just a minute. इसमें बहुत सारे presentations हैं.
Your presentation is visible. Please put it on the full screen mode and start your presentation.
इसका enlarge करते हैं.
It's visible. Please start.
Okay, ma'am. So me and Hemlata ma'am, myself Sushma Kirkalmatti, I'm the founder of Sapiens, a garment manufacturing company and a design studio here in Hubli. So we wanted to find solution for the sari for the modern women. We realized that how we can save their time in draping it, and how can we have the fabric more compatible. So we started with the pre-stitched sari collection. This is what our main concept was, that how can we have zero waste in the production as well. And for that we preferred khadi fabric, because we were observing that women are hesitant of wearing sari just because it takes more time and practice to give it a perfect drape. So what we did, we came up with various drapes, different drapes, so that they can look modern and versatile also in the different draping, but we pre-stitched them so that in 2 minutes time they can just hook them, tie them according to their waist, and ready to go with this set pallu which is already stitched, as you can see. And we also tried to incorporate our own bags, executive bags, accessories, coordinating with the modern women and her taste in styling. And why we chose khadi and pure cotton fabric? Because they are more compatible with with our body temperature. So be it winter, be it summer, khadi is compatible with our body's temperature. And we tried to incorporate handloom fabrics as much as possible. Then our zero waste approach was there, so that in pattern making, much of the fabric is not wasted, and the whole fabric of 5.5, 6 meters is utilized in the drape. In some of the drapes, we cut the fabric, or we can say in 5 meters drape also, we tried to make the sari, incorporating it with skirt, so that women who don't want to have full length, they can also have the option of wearing the sari. And in our earlier days, women could, climb the tree in sari. But yes, today's women need pre-stitched ones. But sari is absolutely compatible at working place. Then they are symbol of our culture also. There are more than 80 drapes all over India. We did a lot of research in the various drapes which are more compatible with today's modern women. So we incorporated 10, 11 drapes in our collection. So minimizing the fabric, having more organic fabric, more, body friendly, ergonomous, so that it is movement friendly also. Even if when she has to walk fast, in the meetings, or maybe to catch a meeting or something like that, that time also she should feel compatible. Then in order to test the market, we participated in the International Fashion Week at Goa. There we had great response. Why? Because as you can see, we incorporated knits tops with them, so that they are more flexible in the moment instead of the stitched blouses, which itch sometimes, and women tend to gain weight, lose weight also, as per their hormonal changes or age. So this problem is solved in the knits blouses or crop tops, we can say. So they can look trendy as well, more flexible in the movements as well, and they are more comfortable to the body. Here we incorporated them with hats. Accessories were tribal accessories. So zero waste pattern cutting was our main motto, so that how can we avoid wastage in the production in the future, because these are the prototypes yet. So we still need to make our production more effective, more cost effective as well. So zero waste was the perfect solution for that. So, and we did a lot of research on the draping, as I told you, that there are more than 80 drapes all over India. We studied them, and we referred certain books also. Material study was khadi only, handlooms, and pochampalli. This, as you can see, blue fabric at the back. These are pochampalli, cut from the south. Then we made sure that the accessories should be in sync, because modern women would like to experiment with her looks. So we got inspiration from the tribals, how bold their look is. So accordingly, we coordinated with the corsets and the jackets and accessories, also tribal look, hats, boots they can wear. See, as you can see here. Ergonomic movement, as I discussed earlier, how it is compatible with your own body movements. it is not too fitted. It should not be too fitted that you feel uncomfortable. So corsets are also denim based or brocade based. So they are not too tight since they are flexible. In the backside of this Moroccan corset, we did shirring so that a woman is very flexible in her movement while wearing the sari. We maintain the cultural aesthetics also, that they should maintain the overall drape of Indian saris from different zones of India. And commercial validation, because it is too comfortable to wear and very quick to wear. So we got really great response from the Goa Fashion Week, and here locally in Karnataka also, people are coming up with the pre-orders to book these saris. As you can see, ivory look jewelry. This one is ivory look bangles. So we are trying to revive the khadi and the handlooms in a very contemporary look, in a very international look through our collection. We have incorporated, these are all our own bags, executive bags, laptop bags, clutches, sling bags, even duffel bags, all are very executive look. This is our own bag. So thank you so much. So our main concern was to how to give a comeback to the saris in a very refreshing look as well as comfortable for the women. Thank you so much.
Now we have development of biodegradable woven fabrics using unconventional fibers by Dr. Yogita Pandey, GB, POA and D, Patnagar University.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Chairperson, Sir, Honorable Panelist, and my dear colleagues. I am Dr. Yogita Pandey from GB Panth University, Panthanagar University, and today I am honored to present research paper entitled Development of Biodegradable Woven Fabrics Using Unconventional Fibers, Growing Needs for Sustainable and Eco-Friendly Textiles. Unconventional fibers like Gardenia diversifolia, Agaves Slana are using for my research work, and these are offers high strength and biodegradability. Some are the objectives of my research. Firstly, I have to procure these two fibers and then extract these fibers. After that, after procuring these, extracting these fibers, I have to spin these fibers into yarn and then in my laboratory itself. And after that, I have to make these woven fabrics from this spinning yarns and then test this for mechanical properties. And basically in material and method, I have to use these mechanical extractions. Basically, I have done extraction from retting process, and then after that, I have used combing, and then fiber preparation is done for spinning process, that is on Bageshwari Charkha, and handloom is used for fabric weaving for making these woven fabrics. And then after preparing this woven fabric, I have to done this for mechanical testing for after using these properties. And after that, I have there are some ma'am, you just display the next slide, and this there are some glimpses of my laboratory in which I have made this combing process as well as the spinning process. And in my next slide, there is some result and discussion. In that, I have not comparing these two fibers properties, but I have just analyzed these two properties, these two fibers properties. According to that, I have this is the one of the part of my research work. And after in in the second part, I have to choose these two fabrics, woven fabrics, for agro textile textile fields. And after this study, I have found out that gardenia fiber have better fabric count, fabric weight, as well as thickness and stiffness. But this agave fiber have good strength, elongation, and busting strength. So overall, in my research, first part of my research work, this two fabrics which I have made out of these two fibers, Gradenia diversifolia and Agave cislana, and these two fibers are the best fibers in unconventional category, and I have used these fabrics. For further agro-textile field, basically I have done mulching out of these two fabrics. So that's the research work which I have done. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Okay, ma'am.
I would like to thank Professor Dr. Kusum Chopra and Dr. Vanna Bandari for this session. And with this, we close our technical session 1. And students, you can proceed for lunch. And please make sure you're back for technical session 2, which is on the theme digitization and technology in fashion and textiles. It starts at 2 p.m. So all of you are expected to be here at 1:45 p.m. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Faculty members and researchers are requested to join us for lunch in the lounge, I2 lounge. Good afternoon to all. We start now with technical session 2 of our conference, which is scheduled today, International Conference on Fashion, Apparel and Textiles 2025. And this technical session 2 is on the theme digitization and technology in fashion and textiles. For this session, we have the honor of being joined by our distinguished speaker, Dr. Patsy Perry, Reader in Fashion Marketing at Manchester Fashion Institute, Manchester Metropolitan University, UK. Dr. Patsy Perry is a Reader in Fashion Marketing at Manchester Metropolitan University. She is Departmental Research and International Lead at Manchester Fashion Institute. Her PhD was on the topic Corporate Social Responsibility in Fashion Supply Chains. She has published her research on fashion and luxury, sustainability, supply chains, and marketing in academic journals, textbooks, and teaching cases. She is an associate editor for the Journal of Fashion Marketing and Management and often featured in the media for her expertise on fashion sustainability, and she has made numerous and regular broadcast, online and print media appearances nationally and internationally. May I now request Dr. Patsy Perry to make her presentation and address the gathering here. Kindly unmute yourselves, Dr. Patsy.
Good morning, everybody. My pleasure to join you all this morning. I'm just going to share my screen. One moment. Thank you for the kind introduction. Okay, so I'm going to talk this morning briefly around the challenges of sustainability and craft in storytelling for luxury fashion brands. So given the increasing scrutiny around sustainability, which cannot be assumed even for luxury fashion brands, how are these luxury fashion brands integrating that into their storytelling, and what might some of those challenges be? So we all know what luxury fashion brands are, characterized by high price, rarity, exclusivity, controlled distribution, often long established heritage of over 100 years, craftsmanship, and very, very high quality. But usually the symbolic value of the brand is greater even than the material value, even with the finest raw materials being used and the best manufacturing techniques and craftsmanship. However, since luxury brands first established themselves, we have seen that they've actually grown through a huge global retail expansion, selling online, and also diffusion lines to offer products to different segments of the marketplace, with the idea of luxury for everyone, accessible luxury, democratization of luxury, and especially giving out licenses and so on to pursue global growth, where the license holders often pursue volume growth and tend to sell things that are more fashionable to increase revenues and more frequent purchases with accessories and so on. And we've really been kind of told, you know, over time we might think about all of the advertising and marketing communications that we see, and this idea that we can, you know, reach happiness, satisfaction and so on through material consumption, and this idea of mass luxury for everybody. So how does that sit with this idea of rarity, exclusivity and controlled distribution, which luxury fashion brands were initially known for? And even with the manufacturing, we've seen that manufacturing often is not taking place in the country of brand origin, but it's taking place in a network of low-cost factories around the world with very similar supply chain practices to what we might see in fast fashion. So how different are luxury fashion brands to, you know, regular fashion brands and fast fashion brands? So we might question some of that, but we can see that we have this usual triangle of positioning in the marketplace, where you've got your absolute luxury brands such as Hermes, which would be still characterized by very elite status, the long established heritage, uniqueness, very, very controlled distribution and so on. But then in the bottom two segments of the triangle, you have greater mass production of goods where things are more kind of distinctively branded, that brands might use visible logos and so on, or they are accessible through multiple retail points and sold online, sold through licenses around the world and so on. And this idea that they are, you know, accessible to everybody. Yet luxury brands, despite all of these new movements in business principles and retail strategies, they still use this idea of storytelling. So this idea of stories, narratives to shape perceptions of the brand, to influence how we as consumers or, you know, aspiring consumers might, you know, think about the brand and so on. So it's really about how do they communicate the values, the identity, and how do they justify that symbolic value of the brand in a way that resonates with the audience, that's going to make a lasting impression amongst all the, you know, hundreds and thousands of other marketing messages that we are exposed to on a daily basis. So storytelling, I'm sorry, the slides are not changing. I'm not sure why the slides are not changing. Are they moving now? Is it moving now? No. Still not moving. Still not moving now.
Dr. Petsy, I'll request you to first of all put the presentation on full screen mode, and then you'll be able to change your presentation.
Yeah, it is on full screen mode. Okay. I think I'll have to, if I stop sharing, and then maybe change it to a PDF and share that.
It's changed now. We are on the next slide, sustainability and enduring ecosystems.
So it's changed now,
yes,
but I can't do full screen mode, I don't think, because it doesn't change.
Yes, now the next slide is there.
Is it changing now?
Yes, it's changing now.
Right, okay. Sorry about that. And thanks for letting me know. Okay, so we talked about the evolution of brands, and then we started talking about storytelling and craft. So you can see some examples here at Rolex, Chanel, Louis Vuitton. Often the storytelling is connected to the heritage of the brand, the values of the brand, whether that's kind of travel, fashion, or the kind of exploration around sport and arts for Rolex. And increasingly brands are not only focusing on the heritage, the craftsmanship, the provenance of the highest quality materials and so on, but they're kind of looking more of a future focus and trying to weave together the past along with the present and the future. And often these might be played out in these immersive multi-sensory brand experiences, such as the Louis Vuitton Visionary Journeys, which took place in various capital cities around the world, including Bangkok, Thailand, Osaka in Japan, and so on. But how does sustainability play into that? So increasingly we're seeing that brands such as Gucci and Prada are incorporating sustainability into the storytelling. But really the storytelling needs to be authentic to what is actually happening. And since the luxury brands have come under more scrutiny around sustainability performance, then we as an audience might question what some of the authenticity of the storytelling, which is seen to be a little bit hollow, as actually brands are pursuing more of a fast fashion approach in terms of cutting corners on cost and quality to increase profit margins and meet growing demand for luxury for all in various segments of the market. So some years ago, this was quite a famous campaign that was run by Louis Vuitton, where the storytelling was very much about the craft, the artisan making of the product and so on, and inspired by the Dutch Vermeer style of paintings. This campaign was a print campaign, so it went out in newspapers that high net worth individuals would typically read, but it was actually banned in the UK by the Advertising Standards Authority because it was misleading, because in fact Louis Vuitton handbags are not made by hand in the manner in which the storytelling would suggest, that they are not made by individual artisans stitching by hand, but they are made by people working with them with a sewing machine. So the brand was not allowed to use the campaign going forward. But what are some good examples of best practice? So the Prada Re-Nylon campaign from this year that you might have seen is also supported by a series of 4 documentary films which really explain the story behind Re-Nylon. So Prada involved in terms of harvesting ocean plastic waste and then respinning that into nylon for their backpacks rather than using virgin nylon from petroleum. And they've done a lot of this work over a number of years. So the collaboration, the storytelling around sustainability, around oceans, and trying to raise awareness of the importance of ocean conservation and protecting life under the water is seen as really authentic in terms of, what they're telling, and storytelling around is actually what they are doing behind the scenes as well. And they're featuring some very well respected British actors and other ambassadors that are involved in the educational programme around supporting education for ocean conservation. So this is a really nice example of how it can be done very well. However, whatever we believe about the influence of humans on climate change and so on, but we can definitely accept that we are in a period of, huge exploitation of natural resources and generation of lots of excessive amounts of waste, which can be speeded up, made worse as technological advances speed up production. So although we are focusing increasingly on fashion sustainability, we're still making more clothing than ever before, and the dominant growth logic of the fashion system is all around economic growth, which is generally achieved through making more products. So this idea of slow fashion, which is not particularly new, so this has been around for quite some time in fashion circles, and also we can look at other types of communities around the world that have practiced slower ideas of fashion, making things closer to the people, keeping things for longer time, making durable things. It's not a new idea, but it is very much relevant still, as we're trying to slow down the production of fast fashion and try to generate that emotional attachment between people and the clothing that they buy and wear. However, we do operate within this dominant system of growth, and really the best that we can do is kind of slightly slow down this growth. So this idea of taming actions, but it's not a fundamental alternative. There is no brand that's presenting a fundamental alternative to this dominant industry logic of economic growth and selling more things, making more items to generate revenue growth. So there's a lot of focus in the conference today as well, I'm sure, looking at digital innovation, technological innovation, and so on, where I looked at this earlier this year in a report that I wrote for the World Intellectual Property Office, where we identified over 200 different proprietary sustainable fashion technologies. But still, these technologies are not going to fundamentally solve the problem, because they still apply within this dominant industry growth logic of making more stuff and selling more units. So how could we then, shift the system and the discourse, the conversation, the narratives around slower, more sustainable modes? And how could we encourage both designers and consumers to rethink their attitudes towards novelty and what is considered to be new? And this is also happening in the luxury industry. We've seen a lot of ethical scandals and questionable sustainability practices in recent times, which has been happening for quite some years, bubbling away in the background. But these have become very much front and centre because of the high profile nature of the luxury industry. So we've seen labour exploitation scandals where, workers are working in very poor working conditions, where workers are not being paid for the work that they do, and so on and so forth. And brands have experienced significant negative publicity around this. And really, we've noticed that, they still suffer the same pressures as we would see in fast fashion around reducing the cost, speeding up production, and so on. And this leads to corners being cut, sidestepping demands for more transparency and accountability. And the research is been some interesting research around, how do financial markets react to sustainable practices in luxury? And the paper by Feng et al. A few years ago in 2020 found that actually shareholders, so institutional shareholders, the financial markets, they get a little bit worried when luxury brands start, talking about sustainability, because they feel there is a mismatch and a misalignment between sustainable practices, which is all about, frugality and doing things with less, and the idea of luxury, which is all about, opulence, excessiveness, and so on. So actually, brands can be, punished in that sense by the financial markets for the sustainability actions that they talk about. And also, some consumers would perceive a value gap between, what luxury is supposed to stand for and what sustainability is all about. So it is quite difficult for them to navigate that landscape. We've seen reports over the years. This one was looking at footwear in particular, where it identified that, luxury supply chains still face the same cost and time pressure as what we would see in mass fashion and fast fashion. So suppliers are being squeezed. There's pressure on delivery times. And the brands don't want to pay, so they're forcing these small subcontractors to offer, the lowest possible prices for the high quality manufacturing work that they do, and often it's not possible to cover the costs of production. And in terms of, what does the financial analysis community say about luxury? So a lot of focus now about ESG, environmental, social and governance factors, which is seen as very much around risk. And that's why, investors are very interested in what brands are doing. And there's, more pressure from that investment community to, get their house in order around environmental, social and governance aspects. But if we look at the, analysis from earlier from last year in this sector, and we can see some of the top luxury brands that have been assessed here. So if you look at the total score in the last but one column, it's very much a mixed picture. So you've got some very, very high performing brands such as Moncler at 90% score and very high data availability, which means that they are transparent and they're sharing information about what they're doing in this area. To, at the bottom of the list, you've got, Prada, Canada Goose, 38%, 29%. And in the case of Prada, very low data availability. So they're not really sharing information in the public sphere about, what they're doing in relation to ESG. So definitely room for improvement. And the trade press, the mass media are really putting the spotlight and putting the luxury industry under scrutiny in terms of, they really need to do better and get rid of the sweatshop issues and be more sustainable in environmental production as well. And some of the priorities that brands need to engage with, which is not really happening at the moment, reducing carbon emissions in the supply chain, better buying practices that's going to support suppliers to run their businesses sustainably, thinking about where raw materials come from and the impact on biodiversity, as well as chemicals, pollution and so on. And perhaps most challengingly of all, how to scale down production. So can we actually build a successful revenue stream when we are scaling down production and making fewer items? Nobody's really done that yet. And in terms of luxury, particularly aspects to focus on is really around compliance, but also cost savings and consumer facing credibility. So they need to be doing the work around sustainability, but also aligning, the work that they do with the consumer-facing campaigns, the storytelling, and so on, and make sure that there is alignment between what they're saying and what they're doing, which isn't the case at the moment. Some of the key issues that the industry is saying is what luxury needs to focus on is around waste and circularity. So we're seeing a lot more brands now engaging with aspects of circularity through repair services, resale, second-hand, pre-loved, and also returns management. Around climate, the climate agenda is generally focused on material innovation, which again, I'm sure you're going to talk about a lot more in today's conference. So, new alternative materials to the usual ones, which natural materials, synthetics and so on, but how can we use, for example, bio waste or, recycled materials and different kind of sources like that. And then fundamentally, sourcing and supply chain management. So how can we build, complex, geographically dispersed supply chains that are also resilient and strong to withstand different kinds of pressures? So in conclusion then, luxury and sustainability can converge because they are interconnected through this idea of, rarity, durability, making things that last. And really, we need to go back to what luxury was originally known for, which was this idea of high quality crafted products, this rare savoir-faire craftsmanship, the eternity of the brand identity, and really rethink, the licensing strategy, but bringing back some of that control around distribution and not making it accessible everywhere to everybody, because that's not what luxury should be about, although it should be democratic, but we still have to control how the brand is distributed and how it's retailed around the world. And it should really be sustainable by nature. It's about high quality, durable products that last, that can be passed down, that can have second life, and so on. A few questions still about how we reconcile, the demands of sustainability around frugality and restraint, doing, more with less, with the dimensions of luxury, which is about, lack of constraints and excess and so on. But it can give some challenges to maintain quality levels. For example, if you're using recycled materials, may not have the same performance characteristics as virgin materials. But brands really need to connect with these ideas of luxury and craft to compel, to create more compelling narratives for storytelling for the future, and really be a market leader in ESG. To be meaningfully different, really moving forward that definition of what quality is, and moving beyond compliance, but how can they make a positive impact? How can they be a pioneer and a market leader, and really connecting those values of artisanship, heritage, and so on, with being transparent about what they're doing, and then a purpose and values that align with the mission of sustainability in its broadest sense. So I'll stop there and happy to take any questions or comments from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Betsy, for taking out the time in the early morning hours there. It's always wonderful to hear you. And I'm thankful to you for providing the support to our Fashion Institute as and when we approached you. Thank you once again for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, my pleasure. Thank you. Wish you all a good conference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Betsy.
We will now commence with the presentation of research papers by the esteemed researchers. First, we have Functional Clothing for Epileptic Patient by Alisha Bodil and Poonam Bhagchandani and Kandarp Singh, Department of Art and Design, Sharda University, Greater Noida.
In the meantime, I would also like to request you to have a look at the posters which are displayed at the end of the hall. There are two poster presentations, so I'll request you to kindly see those also after the conference gets over. Document is here. So, एक बार शेयर कर दीजिए खुद ये वाली. Download नहीं. Downloaded.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's me, Alisa Patel from Nepal, and I am here to present a functional clothing for epileptic patient, Alina. I have named it Alina because I have my sister at home who is suffering from epilepsy from her childhood only. So मेरे को उधर से एक inspiration मिला कि like I used to see her having seizure, facing seizure. So I'm sharing a little story so that I could grab attention because मुझे भी पता है मैं भी student हूँ and कैसा होता है. तो मेरी बहन थी घर पे तो I used to see her how seizure used to make her feel like वो death it's almost like उसका आँख पूरा ऊपर जाना and all. It's a disorder actually. So I want to start my presentation. So I hope First of all, what is functional clothing? Functional clothing is apparel designed with specific performance, prioritized practically and usefulness for activities like sports, work, everyday wear, and specialized materials for specific needs, as well as for epileptic patient, which I'm more focused into it. It is user requirement specifically designed or engineered to meet the performance requirements of the user under extreme conditions. And second, what is epilepsy? Epilepsy is neurological disorder characterized by recurrent unprovoked seizures caused by abnormal electrical activity in the brain. Seizures can vary type and severity affecting physical movement, sensation, awareness, and behavior. Epilepsy management typically involves medication, lifestyle adjustments, and sometimes surgery without ongoing research focused on non-invasive monitoring and predictive technologies for a better quality of life. So what is our concept? Incorporate thermochromic dyes in our collection. Quick, discreet, removed stigma like जिसको भी एपिलेप्सी होता है उसको क्या होता है कि सर पे पूरा इम्बैलेंस न्यूरोलॉजिकल डिसऑर्डर होता है ब्रेन्स का जो कनेक्टिविटी होता है तो उससे उन लोगों को सीजर आके एक्सीडेंट्स आना मोस्ट प्रोबेबल चांसेस होती है स्पेशली इन द लेग्स लाइक इन नीज सो एंड उधर इज प्रोवाइड प्रीवियट इमीडिएट विजुअल अलर्ट्स जैसे कि हम फैब्रिक में थर्मोक्रोमिक डाइज इनकॉर्पोरेट करने के बाद जैसे विजुअली रिप्रेजेंटेशन टेम्परेचर इंक्रीज होने के बाद फीवर आने के बाद इट्स अ हाई चांस एंड हीट इज ऑल्सो अनदर main reason that they are getting into a seizure these days according to the research. And threshold indicative of prenatal seizure जैसे कि पहले ही sign and symptoms define करना is our one of the concept. Protects from further accidents, complications, another one, and offers a proactive wearable seizure warning. Seizure warning देगा ये system enhancing patient safety and quality of life. Of course, stigma remove करना, patient का quality of life improve करना is another one. And here is a chart. You can see. It's not actual. तो यू कैन सी पहले हीट स्ट्रोक आके सीजर होके एक्सीडेंट का चांसेस होता है तो वी हैव incorporated thermochromic dye paste we prepared the paste preparation like sodium alginate और acrylic binder हम ऐड करके उसमें वो एक सॉल्यूशन बना के हमने अप्लाई किया था फिर वी क्यूरेटेड इन डिफरेंट डिग्रीज जैसे कि हमने 100 डिग्रीज में 150 डिग्रीज में एंड 90 डिग्रीज में से क्यूरेट करके वी ट्राई टू डेवलप अ फैब्रिक दैट चेंज द कलर इन सर्टेन टेम्परेचर and these are the materials actually and these are the recipe and process like we prepared the paste at first mix sodium alginate 10 gram with 150 ml of water stir it 20 to 30 minutes unless to remove its clumps we need to keep stirring it and cooled in the solution acrylic binder has been added midnight and left all over the night to get dried and the next morning we curated with thermochromic dye pigmented of 10 gram and stirred properly. And we applied, and this is from muslin. This swatch is from a muslin. We tried in cotton and muslin, and mostly it was progressed in muslin actually. and then it was curated different temperature as I showed, and the result you can see it's a changing temperature. But the problem is like it was changing in the normal temperature, which was not a point. And our question is like, can thermochromic dye change color at 99 to 100 degree temperature so we can help epileptic patients, especially us only, like if we will be having fever and we of course attendance का issue तो है ही, तो कलर चेंज होके एक्सीडेंट से रिमूव होने पे भी तो हेल्प हो सकता है. तो thinking about my sister, of course patients, of course especially epileptic patients, because epilepsy में fever से जल्दी सीजर आने का chances high होती है. So of course there is a chance actually. Thermochromic dye can be costume formulated to activate at very specific term, 99 to 100, which falls under pre-seizure alerts range, which makes them highly relevant for epilepsy maintenance. All the thermochromic pigments available in the market are already activated in 31 to 45 degrees Celsius, which is normal temperature. And so, with your support and collaboration, even will be possible. It is possible to make epileptic-friendly world. Thank you.
For the next paper presentation, we have Artificial Intelligence in Apparel Design, Manufacturing and Consumer Personalization by Kavita Suniti Sood, Amity University, Haryana, and Dr. Vishal Trivedi, Amity School of Fashion Technology.
Ms. Kavita, please share your presentation.
Hello, is it visible?
The presentation is not visible. It's just the folder. You'll have to open the presentation and then it will be visible to us.
Hello, yes, it is visible now.
It is not visible. Please click on this presentation. It's still in the folder. Yes, now it's visible. You may please start now.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible now.
Okay. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, faculty members, fellow researchers, and present students. Good afternoon to all of you. It is my privilege to present at the International Conference on Fashion, Apparel, and Textiles 2025. I extend my gratitude to the organizers that they provide me the opportunity. Today, I will share insights on the transformative role of AI in apparel designing, manufacturing, and customer personalization. Fashion and textiles nowadays entering into the new era where creativity meets the computational intelligence. With gratitude to all dignitaries and participants, now I begin my presentation. The contents which I cover here is the contents we cover in this the introduction and why we move towards the AI
some slides related to the literature review, and on the basis of the literature review, identify the research gap and the problem, and discuss about the use of AI in apparel designing, apparel manufacturing, and use of AI in retail and customer personalization. Also study about the challenges which restrict the consumer or the manufacturer or designers to opt the AI. And the conclusion, last slide is related to the conclusion. The introduction. As we all know that the apparel industry is more labor intensive industry in which loads of work done by the manpower. Due to the that's the reason errors occurred into the products or the garments, which is more prone to the defective production. So the use of AI is to reduce this production of these defective products in manufacturing, and that helps in designing and also helps to the customer personalization. In the designing or manufacturing, we use the forecasting tools, designing assistants, and the pattern making softwares, and also use the intelligence production system, which enables the rapid prototyping, in which we reduce the production timing of the prototype samples. That leads to the reduction in the wastage and improve the product quality. In retail, we use the virtual fitting try-ons, chatbots, and the predictive analytics, which improve the customer experiences and purchasing decisions. In overall, we can say that AI is work as a catalyst for innovation, sustainability, and creating customer-focused garment ecosystem.
Ma'am, your
Why
slides
we
are
move-
not changing. Sorry, your slides are not changing. It's the
But
first slide which is visible.
It's showing to me. I stop sharing.
No, you don't have to stop sharing. You just have to keep moving your slides.
I'm moving. Is it visible?
No, you can reshare.
Yes, it's moving now, ma'am.
Yes, now it's moving. You can put it on the full screen mode and continue with your
Okay,
presentation.
ma'am. While we move towards the AI, as we all know that the fashion industry, most of the work related to the block printing, dyeing, these are the most traditional work. Brocades and the bandhani, bandhej, all these are the traditional work which is done by the human beings in the earlier times. But due to the manual work, there is a chances of the generation of defective products. So we need the AI systems that helps to reduce these defective products, and the product production cycle is also very lengthy. So with the help of AI, reduce that production cycles. As we know that nowadays the Indian customer, and due to the society, the globalization is more, and the fast fashions are required by the youth as well as the adult class peoples or the pupils or the masses of the country. So require lots of the products increase to improve the productivity. So globalization, the fast fashion is forced to introduce AI in the manufacturing industry or designing industry in the fashion and apparel sector, and rising demand for the customized product. That is also another more important reason that why we move towards the AI. But identification of research gap and problem. Research gap. Most of the existing studies emphasize technology advancements in the Western market, leaving a gap in understanding how AI is being adapted and scaled in the Indian's unique manufacturing and retail ecosystem. This study is aimed to fulfill these gaps, and the research problem is identified because of the lack of the in-depth analysis of AI impact across the production department, designing, customer engagement, supply chain and sustainability, ethical practices, weak infrastructure, lack of skills, and hesitation to adoption of the new technologies. This study tried to suggesting the smart ways to use AI. And the methodology for the research work is the research design, which I opt is the mixed method approach, and the data analysis, the data collection is carried out by the means of the primary data and the secondary data. In primary data, I use survey, interviews, and the case study, and the secondary data collection is done from the journals, reports, industry database. And the sampling technique which I use is the for manufacturer and experts use the purposive sampling technique, and for the customer I use the stratified random sampling process. And tool for data analysis that I used is SPSS or AHP. Ethical consideration is also kept in mind. Ethical consideration will be taken from the institutes and the export houses. That is the literature. These slides are based on the literature review. And now we discuss about the why we use AI in the apparel designing. With the use of AI in the apparel designing, that helps to support the creativity, increase the creativity, give new ideas or generate new designs for the designer or customer or manufacturer. And combination of traditional and innovation designs also done easily with the help of use of AI softwares. Faster experiments and ideation, and that is a collaboration or collaborative working with human being as well as the AI softwares. And forecasting fashion trends, AI is the platform where we use the WGSN, live trends, edited, and the Heuritech softwares, which helps to forecast the latest trends in the market related to the fashion products. That helps to analyze the fashion shows and data, sale data, social media and customer behavior insights that give idea about the real time trend identification. Also help very easily we can do all these things with the help of AI softwares. Reduce forecasting errors, because manually we can lead to the errors during the forecasting. Faster response to the market changes during the season, we can identify or change the lead to the new product or design in the garment. Analysis for the millions of the images and product, and reduce the inventory and lower the overproduction risk. And the next, AI also assists to the designers for the designing, that generate the design suggestions, provide automated color palettes and the silhouettes, multiple design options for evaluation, faster creative decision making, and enhance the designer's productivity. The softwares which we use in the automated in use for designers assistance, that is Clo 3D, Lectra, Elva Form, and 6 Atomic Synthesis 1.0. That software Clo 3D is used conversion for the 2D patterns to the 3D garments, reduce needs for the physical garments, because with the help of these AI tools we are not need to physically develop the product. We can see the 3D look of the garment on the software itself, on the dummies or on the human body or the structures. That is reduce the physical work of everyone, of the designer also. And faster approval and revisions, because when we develop product physically then it take time, but if we are doing same things on the softwares, then it will take about 5 to 6 minutes for conversion, or taking 1 hour for whole process, and that improve the sustainability also. And the Lectra is the software where we grade the products, grade the sizes of the patterns, improve the production consistency, and increase the manufacturing efficiency. The next one is the Elva Form, that is uses the data of the global body scanner, uses the data which is scanned by the scanners, and improve the fit and the accuracy of the garment. In this we use 3D avatars and dress forms for checking the fittings of the garments, reduce the return rates. As the product quality, its measurements and the fittings are accurate, then there is the reduction of the chance of the rejection of the product, or a reduction in the chance of the claims given
Ms.
to
Kavita,
the
please wind up.
manufacturer.
Please wind up.
Okay. Bridge between digital and physical fittings. And the 6 atomic synthesis that is used. Lots of the options in this we have modular design library, we have automated pattern grading, rapid creation, or simplified design to production process. Then use of AI in manufacturing. In manufacturing, we use for designing in sewing, automated reduce fabric waste, provide higher precision with the help of automatic Gemini or TukaCAD optimized cutting layouts. And AI is also used in pattern developments that also provide the precision color matching grading, and reduce the reduce the physical prototypes need. AI powered in quality inspection, we can check the quality of the product with the help of the AI softwares. That is also used in the retail personalization. In online shoppings nowadays, we have used the online shoppings with the help of the chatbots and object identification, with the help of which we easily find the product online. Chatbots help us to assist the 24 into 7 hours provide the services, and that also help the query in sizing, shipping, and returns, faster response. And that is also AI is also used in the counterfeit detection of the products. And next is the challenges in AI adaptation. That is, as we all know, that the manpower or any human being is restricted to opt new technology. That is the main restriction, and that is also implementation of AI in infrastructure is costly. So those just the small investors are avoid to opt AI technologies. And data quality and availability issues are there. Integration with legacy requirements for skilled personals, because technology handling के लिए हमें चाहिए professionals, skilled professionals. Ethical and privacy concern is also a challenge for adoption of AI and restrict to technology change. And the conclusion: AI transforming in designing or manufacturing, customer personalization, that is provide a collaboration between human and AI as a strategic enabler for future apparel industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So it is an honor to invite Dr. Hughes Relay, who's an associate professor in electronic textiles at Nottingham Trent University, United Kingdom, where his research focuses on the design and development of novel electronic textile devices. Dr. Hughes has published over 40 articles in top peer-reviewed journals, including Chemical Society Reviews, Science Bulletin, Progress in Photovoltaics, and Scientific Reports. As an investigator, they have secured more than £2 million in external research funding from funding agencies and industry for electronic textiles research. Sir, we welcome you to INC FAT 25 and request you to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, Dr. Theo. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you, and thank you. Last year also you had agreed to spare time to talk to our students and the researchers. So we look forward to listen to you. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you for the introduction and for inviting me to speak. Today I'm going to discuss functional fashion and textiles, so essentially textiles with embedded electronics in them, with a focus on health, sports, and protective applications. Just a very brief bit about my university. So I'm part of the Advanced Textiles Research Group, which is at Nottingham Trent University, which is in the United Kingdom. So we're based in this building, which is the Waverley building, which dates back to 1843, and it was originally set up to support the Nottingham lace industry. So it's quite nice that there's sort of that heritage there, where we now are a School of Art and Design based in that building. Our group has existed since about 2011, and we focus on 3 key areas related to advanced textiles, 2 of which I'll talk about today, which are electronic textiles and wearables. We also have a flexural composites lab, so essentially we create fake organs for medical training. This is a type of advanced textile because while we use a lot of silicons, there's also embedded textiles in that. Mostly in terms of textiles, we focus a lot on knitting, but we do have weaving capabilities as well. So, as a brief overview to my talk, I'll start by introducing electronic textiles and just what I mean by this. I understand that the breadth of the conference is quite broad, so I thought that might be useful as a starting point. I will then talk about some work that we've conducted focused on sort of health, well-being, sports, protective, military applications. I'm going to focus on two methods for integrating electronics into textiles in this talk. One of them is taking conductive yarns and knitting those to create active devices, and then the other method is embedding small-scale electronics into yarn-like structures and using those to create functional textile garments, and I think all garments actually in this talk. So, as a very brief overview, electronic textiles have actually existed for a really long time. A lot of people discuss them as though they're a very new innovation, but they've been around for well over 100 years. So, the most popular, commonly available type of electronic textile is the heated blanket. But heated garments have existed since 1911, and obviously they make up the majority of the market space for electronic textiles. After that, arguably, you would have light-up garments, which are fairly popular, and then following that, you have health monitoring garments. So, in particular, heart rate monitoring bands and straps are relatively common. However, they make up a much smaller market share. In the interest of creating garments which are comfortable and acceptable to the consumer, however, there have been efforts to integrate the electronics in different ways over the years. So they broadly fall into three categories. One of them is surface integration. So you have a textile or garment, and then you append it with electronics. So this can either be through pockets, it can be through surface attachments. There's been a lot of work with flexible electronics bonded to the surfaces of garments. You can print electronics, you can also coat electronics. And depending on what you're trying to achieve, this method might be suitable. Much later, structurally integrated electronic techniques were developed. So this is through taking a conductive yarn-like material. This could be a multi-strand conductive material like copper, for example. It could be something like a self-coated nylon. It could be a conductive polymer, or it could be something using nanotechnology. So carbon nanotube coated materials have been fairly popular in this area of late. And through the knitting and weaving of these materials, you can create active devices such as electrodes. The most modern technique, I suppose you could say, is by taking small-scale either embedding something into a yarn level, and then using that yarn to create the garment. So this is a full active device that's at a yarn level. So this can either be created by layering materials. So there's a lot of work that's looked at layering lots of functional materials onto a yarn and then knitting and weaving that to create a garment, or by embedding very small-scale electronic devices into this yarn-like structure and then embedding those into a textile. And the two areas that I've really looked at over the years are yarns embedded with devices and the knitting of conductive materials. So electronic textiles are really quite a good platform for embedding sensors. So there's been an awful lot of work with that over the years. This is really because, in principle, textiles are very comfortable against the body. They have properties that make them comfortable and normal to wear. So breathability, heat transfer, moisture transfer, and drape are really key to this comfort. And as it's such a good platform for embedding wearable electronics, it's seen a lot of use in applications where having a sensor against the body is really useful. So this includes things like well-being, where you want to monitor some kind of physiological parameter about the human, or you want to monitor near the body. Often, if you're measuring from the human as well, you want this sensor to be as close to the body as possible to get the best reading, so comfort becomes a major issue again. Similarly, sport. you also need to monitor very close to the body, and there are lots of protective applications where if you're not monitoring the body itself, you want to measure something that's entering into the body, so you want that sensor as close as possible. I've mentioned different electronics integration techniques. I've got a picture of a sewable thermistor to the right, just showing another type of electronics integration. And really, the different techniques are more or less suitable depending on what you're trying to achieve. So if you're trying to have something if you've got to have something that's right against the skin, you want that to be as textile-y as possible. If it's just something that you're holding on the body, such as, say, lighting, for example, that might not have to have the same textile properties. So a lot of this is very much a design choice based on the application. So I'm going to go through a few examples of things that we've developed now. This first example is a heart rate monitoring seat cushion. So you can see the cushion with the kind of gold-coloured stuff on it. So this is a series of electrodes. Each of those squares is an individual electrode, and this was used to monitor heart rate and heart rate variability of the person sitting in the seat. So this is a similar tech. This is essentially an ECG, electrocardiogram measurement, and it's a 2-lead measurement. Technically it's 3-lead, but it's essentially a 2-lead measurement. So it works in a similar way to heart rate monitoring straps that people might wear. Essentially, it measures an electrical signal across the heart, and from that you can understand heart parameters. Now, the difference between this system and a lot of particularly wearable systems, but even clinical systems, are this can measure heart rate through clothing. So normally you need direct skin contact for the electrodes to work, but this used a particular type of inductive coupling that allowed for direct heart rate measurement. The real advantage of this, therefore, was that someone could sit in the seat and then it would start monitoring. So, as I say, this was developed originally for pilots, and it was for understanding their stress levels, which can be inferred from heart rate variability. However, a system like this could have significant uses for other health monitoring applications. In particular, we felt that things like residential care homes, where people may have cardiac issues, and by monitoring them, you may be able to predict a sudden risk of sudden cardiac event. So again, changes in heart rate and heart rate variability can be used to infer that. So even though the system only required these 2 electrodes to work, you can see there are lots of electrodes. And this was partly due to people's different body morphologies. So when someone sat in the seat, what the system would do was it would cycle through different combinations of the electrodes, and this would allow it to select the 2 that gave the best signal based on someone's height, their weight, their general body shape. Which is why it was designed that way, but it also made it much more reliable for a diverse population. So using a similar technology, this is through the knitting of conductive materials, we created a pressure sensing textile. So the textile on the right is created using 2 different types of material. We use polyester. So the white that you can see is polyester, and then the gold-coloured material is a silver-coated nylon. However, any other kind of conductive material could have been used there. A lot of the work that we've done has used silver-coated nylon. We've done stuff with conductive polymers and just metal as well. Silver-coated nylon is pretty commonly used for electronic textiles of this type, though. It's fairly readily available, and it has very, very good conductivity. I have no idea why it looks gold when it's fitted. So this particular pressure sensor was developed for monitoring interface pressure between the body and a surface. Specifically, this example was for wheelchair users. So wheelchair users, people in hospital beds, it's in areas where they can't necessarily move very much. There are issues where prolonged pressure exposure can lead to ulceration and cell death, and this is obviously really bad. And the way to prevent this is to ensure that the person is moved. So by having a continuous monitoring, you can ensure that there is not a point of pressure that's being exerted for an extended period of time. The sensor itself is 3 layers. So you have a top layer with these conductive stripes. You have a bottom layer with similar conductive stripes that run parallel. And then you have a spacer material in the middle. As the stripes get closer to one another, the electrical signal changes. So in this case, it was capacitance. You essentially get an increase in capacitance as the layers get closer together. The patterning itself allows for a point grid to be developed. So if where two stripes intersect, you get a point where you can take a measurement, and essentially you can build a picture that way. So I've talked about the use of conductor materials and knitting conductor materials to create sensors. So the other method that we use is in our group is the embedding of small electronic components into yarns. So on the left, I have a picture of an actual yarn-like structure. So this has an embedded thermistor in it. It's about 1.5 millimeters across. We can make them a little bit smaller than this. The size really is mostly determined by the component that we're embedding, and these are normally commercially available components. As you can see in the right, we have a cross section just showing how these are constructed. So essentially, we'll take a small scale electronic component, we will solder this onto flexible Litz wire. So the Litz wire has relatively normal textile properties. They're often the materials often used in superconducting magnets. This is then encapsulated within a very small discrete resin pod along with a number of supporting yarns, so something like a polyester or a Vectran. And then the whole structure is consolidated within a textile braid. The final materials are very, very durable. So this is just a bit of data taken from a wash durability trial that we did about a year ago now. So we tested 90 samples, various configurations, 25 washes, and throughout that we saw that only 7 broke, of which 5 were identified later to definitely be due to manufacturing defects. You can actually see with the graph that I'm presenting here, 2 identical sets of electronic yarns, but produced in different batches by different people, and the second batch you can see didn't break at all. So we're fairly certain the breakages are currently purely due to manufacturing defects. We've also conducted extensive tests with textiles created with these yarns embedded. This is from some data on textile properties of electronic textiles we did about a year ago, I think. Also, as part of this test, we did test knitted electrodes as well, which aren't unfortunately shown on these graphs. However, embedded electronic yarns and knitted electrodes both pretty much had similar properties to a standard knitted structure of the same type for key parameters, including the air permeability, the thermal conductivity, and the moisture transfer properties. So obviously, these things are pretty comfortable to wear, and as a result, we use technology to create a number of garments and prototypes. So one example is this pulse rate monitoring glove. So pulse rate, other cardiac parameters that can be derived from that, so pulse rate variability, for example, is really useful for understanding for both health monitoring, but also for a number of sports applications. So we created this glove partly based on previous work using embedded LEDs and optical sensors. And essentially we used, I can never pronounce this right, so I'm just going to say PPG. We use PPG technique to create this sensor where essentially we put LED on one side of the finger, photodiode on the other. The LED would emit light, and then depending on the amount of arterial blood saturation, you would be able to get this pulsating signal out. We've tested this against commercial systems, and we've seen remarkably good agreement. So we know that the system that we've developed is very, very accurate, as you can see here. We've also fairly recently created magnetic sensing textiles. So the example on the right is a sleeve that has a number of embedded magnetic sensors in it for human-computer interaction. However, this still has applications in protective and safety wear. So one prototype that's created as part of this project was we had a motorcycle helmet with a strap, and the strap had a magnetic sensor, so you would be able to tell if that was closed correctly or not. We've also looked at acoustic sensing. So this helmet cover was developed for the military originally. Military personnel can experience a lot of very loud noises, things like noise-induced hearing loss and tinnitus, and some of these injuries can be due to continuous overexposure to noise. So monitoring and understanding that noise exposure could be quite important. So this system would monitor and log noise exposure over either ear, and it was really important that it was over either ear in this application, as in most careers where you're exposed to noise, hearing damage is symmetrical, but in the military it's not, it's asymmetric because of rifle usage. So they really needed a bespoke solution for monitoring noise exposure. And this technology, of course, has other applications. It can record sound very, very accurately, including human voice. And then I'm aware that I'm running out of time. So this is my final example. We've done a lot of work with temperature sensing. So skin temperature is really quite an important physiological parameter for pretty much healthcare, well-being, sports, and protective applications. So we've really tried to get temperature sensing right. The example vest that I'm showing on the right is it was originally designed to try and understand thermoregulation during exercise. And while our study didn't convincingly show that it could replace skin-mounted thermistors in that application, it was accurate enough that it could be useful for other applications, including people working in extreme environments, but also be very useful for monitoring older adults who are at risk of hypothermia, as older adults have issues with regulating body temperature. So this would be a comfortable way to just ensure that they're not at risk of hypothermia. So to summarise, I've briefly talked about methods for creating electronic textiles, including with a focus on knitted electronic textiles and yarn-embedded electronics. And then I've gone through 6 examples of prototypes that we've developed in our own lab. I'd like to acknowledge some of my key collaborators and also funding body, and I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Now, moving on to the next paper presentation, we have Illustrating the Future, Evaluating AI's Role in the Evolution of Fashion Design Process by Diksha Malik and Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Amity School of Fashion Technology.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible now. Please share your.
Should I share the screen, ma'am?
Please share your screen.
It's in process, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am? Is the presentation visible?
No, presentation is not visible. Just the screen is visible. Now screen has also been unshared.
1 second. Now is it fine?
Not yet.
1 second, ma'am. I'm connecting this again. I have connected it again. It's connecting. It's in process.
We'll just try once, else we'll call the next speaker because people are waiting for the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to connect it. I've shared the screen. I don't know why it's not coming there. It is here showing.
Yes, your screen is visible. Yes, now the presentation is visible.
It's visible, ma'am.
Yes. Please start.
Okay. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, professors, students present in the conference. I, Ms. Deeksha Malik, PhD scholar, ASFT, is here to present my paper in this conference, INC FAT 25, with my co-author, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Group Additional Vice Chancellor, Director General, and Dean Faculty of Applied Art, Fine Arts, Performing Arts, Visual Arts. The title of my paper is Illustrating the Future, Evaluating AI's Role in the Evolution of Fashion Design Processes. The objectives of the paper were to study the role of artificial intelligence and digital illustrations in the fashion industry, to examine the level of contribution of hand-drawn illustrations and computer-aided illustrations. Fashion illustration is an essential tool as it is a visual communication as designers get their basic ideas through sketching, and with the advancements in technology, digital representation is playing a major role and is a game changer in the industry right now. Fashion art and illustration are playing a major role in delivering designer mind to the public and showcasing their ideas. The research focuses on the important role and contribution of AI and digital technology in the fashion industry. 6 real model pictures were taken and illustrated 10 head croquis, and the digital versions were also created with the same croquis. It has been observed that the methodology that we have used is primary research for the questionnaires and the secondary for the past journals and research papers. It has been observed that the illustrators uses hand-drawn illustrations but must learn the art of digital illustrations, which will ultimately make them versatile in their work and will contribute a lot in terms of the technology advancements in the industry. We have a table to explain the outcome of the same, how it has contributed, the hand-drawn illustrations and the computerized illustrations, the time which they have taken, the accuracy, the effectiveness. If we say about the detail, then both are equivalent. But if we say about the technical knowledge, then computerized AI illustrators must have digital knowledge. As the industry is full of competition, there is a need for more highly skilled professional illustrators to have in-depth garment illustration knowledge, which will ultimately contribute to the designer's work. The illustrators involved only in hand-drawn illustrations must also learn computerized skills for their presence to become versatile in their work, as I have mentioned earlier also, and contribute to the industry for more growth opportunities in the fashion industry and textiles in terms of the AI and advancements. Illustrators play an important role in the whole process of garment design, as we all know. Future studies can be explored to study and evaluate the importance of illustration with more samples from other institutions. Future studies may also include a comparative analysis of various illustrating methods, authentic AI involvement in design area, skill development, training for illustrators to develop their best and application of AI technology in the garment industry. Thank you so much.
Moving on with the next presentation, Blockchain and the Future of Consumer Trust, Rethinking Supply Chain Effectiveness in Indian Fashion E-Commerce by B.C. Anand, Department of Design, Banastali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan.
The slides are visible.
Yes, they are visible.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon again. I'm BC Anand, and this time as the research scholar for Department of design, Vanasthali Vidyapeeth, and the area of my research, and the paper is Blockchain and Consumer Trust, Rethinking Supply Chain Effectiveness in Indian Fashion E-commerce. So the presentation is about, to give you the overview, as how blockchain technology can help build trust between fashion brands and online shoppers in India. And the study is a part of my doctoral research. However, it is in a very nascent stage. To proceed further and introduce this topic, India and its fashion e-commerce is humongous. It's giant, with the scopes of growing further, and it is as huge as 21.6 billion rupees and growing at a pace of 21.4% every year. But there stands a problem, and that problem is that 55% of the shoppers do not trust brand sustainability claims, which has also been discussed over and again throughout the conference. And why? Because of fake products, copy products, or counterfeit products, and hidden supply chains, information gaps. And the solution to this could be blockchain, which I'm trying to study for the supply chain. And moving ahead, the objectives accumulated for this study are to assess how blockchain awareness can influence the perceived trust and satisfaction level in the supply chains for Indian fashion e-commerce consumers. And the key hypotheses which have been discussed primarily is H1, which is consumer awareness positively influencing trust in blockchain-enabled supply chain, followed by the moderating edge hypothesis, which is digital literacy moderates the awareness to trust relationship. And here I've tried identifying that whether or not making people aware or consumers aware about blockchain-based supply chain will have any impact on the consumer perception or not. So the methodology has been, for this particular paper, has been a blend of both quantitative and qualitative, and we've used certain tools also, sort of a mixed method research. And the study has carved out qualitative research approaches from available sources, and the data has been collected, the primary data has been collected between August-September months of this year. And a sample size of 247 e-commerce customers have been collected. Mostly, what we have found out that around 52% of our consumers who have responded or respondents are between the age of 18 to 25, and most of them, certainly 77% of which are budget conscious in nature. And what have we measured actually, or trying to measure rather, is their awareness of blockchain and how much they trust the brands and their technological skills. Proceeding further about the statistical overview or the approach, correlation analysis has been applied to find out, do awareness and trust move together, and regression has been applied to find out, does awareness predict trust. And one way ANOVA has also been incorporated to identify whether there are differences between cities, that means metro, tier 1, tier 2 respectively or not, and the rural areas also, and the confidence level remains 95%, and the p-value is discussed as well. Proceeding further, these are the 4 tables which discusses the H1 and supports the H1 based on demographic variable, and it has been taken directly from the paper, and it is a descriptive analysis of our findings from all those 247 respondents throughout the study. So we have, proceeding further, this is about the statistical parameter, and the values like beta and standard errors have been discussed, and how what values have we found out over the period of this particular research. This is about the geographical variation in blockchain trust and the one-way ANOVA result for the different demographies we've tried studying in this particular region. And this is about the integrated empirical result, that is about literacy, moderation, segmentation, segment analysis, and geographic rollout that has been discussed. Now, this is just an overview of the overall discussions that we have done so far in the tables, that is about coefficient and which is moderate to stronger, or the beta value is 0.42, and about the significance and the moderating factors that affect this p-value, and the effect size to discuss is 2.0x or 2x, which means people who know about blockchain trust certainly trust brands twice as much as we found out 3.8 out of 5 do trust it, versus those who do not know about blockchain enabled supply chains, 1.9 out of 5.0. So about the key findings that we have, and moving towards the conclusion of this particular research, the visual summary we have seen so far shows that H1 is supported and H4 is also supported so far, and both our predictions have been certainly on the right direction or trajectory. Discussing the key insights, if consumer awareness and drive basically drives the entire consumer trust, and if blockchain is enabled in the supply chain process, the trust could be increased, and the initial findings in the form of beta value as 0.42 is a significant proof that this could be strengthened in the future studies and in the years to come. About the mass market opportunity, 77% of the regular Indian shoppers are 1.28x more sensitive towards blockchain, what we have tried finding out in this nascent phase of the study. And the transparency, they want the transparency to be the most. Moving further, so H1 and H2 have been discussed, and this is moving towards the final conclusion. The status remains supported so far. These are the BI outputs, or the graphs that showcases how many of them are not aware, have rarely noticed or heard of it. Some of them are somewhat aware, and 27% or around 28% of our respondents are very aware of the incorporation of blockchain and supply chain and the concept of transparency in this particular field. So the discussions here are talking about blockchain supply chain. Basically is the key to building lasting customer trust. And what I found in the study is that it is going to help the brands in the coming future or in the near future develop a stronger base of supply chain if blockchain is incorporated at a larger scale. However, as I also discussed this in the last presentation or paper of mine, that the unorganized nature of India's fashion or other forms of retail remains a bigger challenge, and government with initiatives like Gati Shakti Mission may incorporate more private player and proceed further. So these are some of the recommendations regarding the demographic rollout and regulatory policy, that how we could focus towards globalization and at the same time take care of the fact Atmanirbharta. So to conclude, blockchain is the foundation of trust and could be rather the foundation of trust, and to make things real in supply chain, that too in fashion supply chain, and teach people about it in several cities. So yeah, that is it from my side. Thank you very much.
Moving on to the next paper presentation, we have From Wall to Wardrobe, Translating Kavi Art into Contemporary Khadi Waistcoats by Dr. Hemlata Dodamani and Shubham, Department of Fashion and Apparel Design, KLE Technological University, Hubli.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shubham. I'm a final year student studying in KLE Technological University from Fashion and Apparel Design. Today, I'll be talking about my presentation regarding Kavi art. Let me just share you the screen once.
Yes, please share your presentation. It's visible, but you may put it on the full screen mode and start presenting.
Just a second. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So, I'm very pleased to present my research on Kavi art. It's a traditional mural art from the Konkan region of Karnataka. The presentation explores the history, techniques, motifs, and finally how Kavi art can be revived through innovative product development while maintaining its cultural authenticity. So let's move on to the introduction part. Kavi art is a traditional mural technique native to the Konkan coast of India, particularly in Goa, coastal Maharashtra, and Karnataka. This art form is unique because it uses a single reddish brown pigment, locally called carve, made from the laterite soil. The designs are incised into wet, white lime plaster, creating a striking contrast between red and white. Kavi murals are commonly found in temples, churches, mosques, Jain masidis, shrines, and traditional houses, highlighting its secular and inclusive nature. When it comes to the techniques of Kavi art, the Kavi art technique is highly skilled and time sensitive. First, a smooth mixture of lime and uramunji is applied to the wet wall using steel trowels or wooden floats. After about an hour, when the surface is particularly set, the engraving process begins. Experienced Kavi artisans carve designs freehand while rulers and compasses are used for geometric patterns. For complex motifs, designs are first drawn on paper, perforated, and then transferred onto the wall using lime dust. Special steel tools called kanthas or bodkins are used to carve spirals, curves, and architectural details. Materials used and the process begins with applying a white base plaster made from shell, lime, sand, and jaggery. Once this layer is ready, a second layer called the carve is applied. The carve layer is made from finely ground laterite red oxide mixed with lime putty, giving it a buttery like texture. While the surface remains moist, artisans begin designs revealing the white layer beneath. The final mural is cured by gentle misting and polishing with smooth river stones, which increases durability and gives refined finish. Moving on to the motifs and development, Kavi art features a very rich variety of motifs. These include floral medallions, geometric patterns, semicirculars, hexagons, and mythological figures and deities. Apart from the religious themes, Kavi art also depicts scenes from the daily life, reflecting the cultural and social environment of the region. Significant surviving examples can be found in Pernam, Ponda, Kankona, Morjam in Goa, and Honavar and Kumta in Karnataka. History of Kavi art is believed to have originated around like 400 to 600 years ago. It is associated with the migration of Saraswat communities from the Saraswati plains to the Konkan region. The art evolved as a practical solution to the region's humid climate and heavy monsoon rains, where painted murals would deteriorate quickly. The incised Kavi technique proved to be long lasting, low maintenance, and climate resistant, ensuring its survival for the centuries. Now, the mentor I have learned through and who has guided me for learning and giving me all the information regarding this Kavi art. Moving on to the artist, that is Sagar Nayak Mole. Sagar Nayak Mole is a contemporary Goan artist who has played a major role in reviving and promoting Kavi art. He has successfully expanded he has successfully expanded Kavi art beyond architectural walls and introduced it on canvas and modern surfaces. His contributions have been recognized by the Government of India, and his work has been showcased at a prominent platforms including Raj Bhavan Goa and national events in Delhi. Through his efforts, Kavi art has reached new audience while preserving its traditional essence. These are the achievements of my mentor. He's also been like nationally recognized and been promoted in the book of Narendra Modi ji's achievements. And yeah, moving on to the inspiration. So when I was traveling across Goa, I came across these beautiful carved motifs and mythological figures on the temples and churches. So it really intrigued my sense of creativity and the rich color that it portrayed and everything, the tiny details and the carving precisions was very intriguing. So moving from that, I just took out some inspirations and tried to put showcase it into my collection. The mood board, here's the mood board. The mood board communicates the emotional and aesthetic tone of the project. It highlights simplicity, heritage, and craftsmanship and sustainability, which guided the overall design's philosophy. Taking the calm inspiration of the coastal paradise of Goa, I just felt like this was very accurate for the mood board. Texture board. The texture board focuses on handspun khadi fabric, natural surfaces, and tactical qualities inspired by murals. These textures reinforce the handcrafted nature of both Kavi art and Khadi textile. So I've incorporated Khadi textile into my designs and taking the rich red pigment that is derived from the carve that is laterite soil, I have incorporated it into my texture board. Color board. The color board palette is inspired directly by the Kavi art, featuring earthy reds, off whites, and natural browns and muted neutrals. These colors reflect regional identity while remaining suitable for contemporary menswear. Here's a magazine layout that I've created just for an example. And this was my product inspiration. Uh, this is actually derived from a Japanese top, and looking at this top, I was very inspired to like collaborate and like create something mixed, like contemporarily. So this is my design inspo. Moving on to my product development. Here's the final product developed in a khadi waistcoat inspired by Kavi art. It uses digitalized motifs. I have created all of these designs using Adobe and other software apps. And yeah, there's a tying lace detail around it. All of these tops are inspired by Japanese culture, and the motifs and the pictures that I've developed on the Adobe are mostly inspired by the Goan culture. And yes, so
I'll
here are
request you
the,
to please wind up. Please conclude.
yeah, moving on to the conclusion. The research proves, just a second. Yeah. The research proves that design innovation based on cultural heritage plays plays a vital role in sustaining endangered crafts by translating kavi art form architectural surfaces to functional fashion. The study shows that traditional knowledge can evolve while retaining its core identity. This approach also supports sustainability, artisan livelihoods, and consumer awareness. Future scope includes expanding into women's wear accessories, embroidery, block printing, digital customization, and collaborations with the craft clusters. I would also like to give out an acknowledgement uh, and thank sincerely the Kavi artist community of Karnataka and Goa, especially Sri Sagar Nayak Mole, for sharing valuable insights and traditional techniques. I also extend my gratitude to the model who participated in the prototype trials and photography. Their contribution played an important role in validating the designs and presentation for this research. I would also thank my head of the department, that's Dr. Hemleta ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. So thank you so much, guys.
For the next presentation, we have Advanced Recycling and Upcycling Technologies by Gurleen Kaur, Pavanpreet Kaur, and Dr. Sharina, Khalsa College for Women, Amritsar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you, ma'am. So, today my topic is Advanced Recycling and Upcycling Technologies. I'm assistant professor in Khalsa College for Women, Amritsar. Starting from introduction, the fashion industry is undergoing major changes due to sustainability concerns, technological innovations, and cultural identity. Fast fashion has caused serious environmental problems such as textile waste, water pollution, and high carbon emissions. Short garment lifespans make sustainability essential rather than optional. This presentation examines how recycling, upcycling technology, and cultural practices together can support a more responsible and circular fashion systems. Coming to the background of the study, the existing studies highlight increasing waste across textiles, plastics, and electronics, leading to a strong focus on recycling and upcycling within circular economy models. Upcycling adds value to the waste materials and extends product life. In fashion, fiber reconstruction, biomaterials, and repair practices are gaining importance. Advanced recycling technologies such as chemical, enzymatic, and AI based sorting significantly improve efficiency, material recovery, and sustainability. Stating the problem, the fast fashion and mass production have resulted in unprecedented textile waste and environmental stress. Although advanced technologies exist, their adoption remains limited due to high costs, technical complexity, and low consumer awareness. At the same time, traditional crafts and cultural textiles are declining, highlighting the need to integrate sustainability, technology, and cultural identity. Objectives of the study were the study aims to examine waste generation in fast fashion, explore recycling and upcycling as a sustainable alternative, assess the role of emerging technologies, and understand how sustainability, technology, and culture can be integrated. It also identifies challenges limiting the adoption of sustainable practices. Scope of the study is that the study focuses on advanced recycling and upcycling methods across textiles, plastics, electronics, and industrial waste. It examines chemical, enzymatic, and AI driven technologies along with circular economy and smart manufacturing properties. Significance of the study stated that the study highlights solutions to global waste and environmental pressure. Advanced recycling reduces landfill dependency and improves material recovery, while upcycling promotes creative reuse and sustainable consumption. The findings are relevant for students, researchers, and policymakers frameworks. The research methodology taken was a qualitative secondary research approach was used, and the conclusion said that the fast fashion and mass consumption are major contributors to global waste. Upcycling extends product life and supports environmentally conscious consumer behavior. Advanced recycling and technologies and digital tools improve efficiency, traceability, and material recovery. However, challenges such as high cost, limited infrastructure, and low awareness must be addressed to achieve a truly circular and sustainable fashion system. Thank you.
Next, we have sustainable size standardization for Ethiopian females, a data driven approach using PCA and clustering techniques by Monica Panghal, Dr. Asma Khan, Maharaja Agrisen Himalayan Garhwal University, Pauri Garhwal, Uttarakhand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Talking yeah, like I would say on research, like the stratified sampling was used, and like the data collection was done for 1,000 Ethiopian females. The the first is the problem statement. Ethiopia is in textile and apparel in that. Due to this, like there is a mismatch always between Western chart and Ethiopian female proportions. And due to this, there is a high return rates, fit dissatisfaction, production inefficiency, and media stage. So, in this study, I focus on Ethiopian males from the age 18 to 55 years. The second data was collected using the PCA and clustering. Tertiary data was like the size was validated using aggregate loss analysis of like dresses and jackets. The method it covers in 6-step process. This method, like each step is based on the data collection was done for 1,000 periods, and data was collected from the multiple like it was collected from in regions of Ethiopia, and after that, like the second step was the data cleaning. I will go in detail about these methods. Then the principal component analysis was used. The next step was based on the PC components, AMI's EHC was done, and was developed, and it was validated loss analysis. Step one, key measurements collected. So basically, like 7 measurements were collected, like bust circumference, waist, hip circumference, shoulder width, neck girth, arm length, full length. While collecting the measurements, and was used protocols published literature. The data key and
Ma'am, your voice
so
is
first of
breaking.
all, because
Ma'am, your voice is breaking.
there are some I just change the place. Is it okay now?
Yes, it's okay now. Thank you.
Okay, so the first step was that the outliers was identified in the Z scores, and like Rosner test was also used, which is one step ahead of Z score. And then the like were missing values were identified using the like matching imputation, like predictive mean matching, that is PMM, and regression based technique was also used to impute. Standardization was calculated using the mean and standard deviation 1 to reflect the correlation structure. And this standard, why the standardization is required? Because this is the one first step for calculating the p series. The third step, principal component analysis was used. So the basic like component analysis is used to reduce the dimensionality of the data size, because there were a lot of measurements. So we had some points to make it, I would say, to identify the key measurements. So basically, there were 7 inputs, 7 key measurements were as given as an input, and then the criteria was set while using the PCA that 70% the body shape data should be covered, maximum 70% of the total data. The results were that 4 to 5 principal components were find out. So if you have in the results, in the first paragraph, there are total 5 components. To PC1, that is like represent the overall size, that is this PC1 component is dominated by girth measurements like the bust, waist, and hip. And PC2 component, it reflects the bust, hip versus the waist. And PC3, 4, 5, basically these are the linear length like the arm length, full length, shoulder width. Then step was 4 was the clustering using the k-means and AHC. So the principal components, which were like 5 components, were given as an input for the k-means, and like k-means basically it identified by using the Szilard indexation. Like so during the clustering means k-means, the two clusters were identified, and this k-means clustering is using the ward linkage formula. So results were that stable body type clusters. So here you see cluster 1 and cluster 2. So cluster 1 is basically for fuller frame. Fuller frame means that is more than 55%. That is for larger body measurement. And cluster 0 is lower girth. That is for the smaller body measurement. And you see on the right hand side, there are cluster 0 and 1, 2, which represent the percentage of the total data set. And then step 5 was like to, based on this cluster 0 and 1, side chart was developed separately. And like this side chart was basically developed using the one primary dimension, like bust was taken as a primary dimension. And based on that, the secondary dimension like waist, hip, shoulder, arm length, these were analyzed, and the measurements were developed based on the proportion, like how much is the difference between the body within that clusters. Like cluster 0, like if the bust is 70 and hip is like 85, so the variance was calculated within the measurements within that cluster, and finally like the side chart was developed. And the last step, like if you see here, the side chart is there. One is for the cluster 0, that is smaller frame. Smaller frame again, that is for the smaller body measurements. And cluster 1 is that is for the, you can see the heavier weight for the larger body measurements. And then this side chart was validated using the aggregate loss analysis. In aggregate loss analysis, basically we calculate the Euclidean distance, and basically Euclidean distance means like how much is the variance from the main measurements, from the main or the key measurements. So aggregate loss value was within the acceptable fit, that is 1.81 to 2.42, which is considered as an acceptable as per the fit. And 90 to 95% population were accommodating in this aggregate loss analysis. So aggregate loss analysis basically is just an like validation of the site chart, like how much population can be accommodated in these two site charts. So practical impact, basically, this study was like it was an academic research only, so it was not validated with the brands or with the factory due to the time limitation, and the impact in terms of like on the in terms of the customer or industry, there is a better fit, fewer return or alteration. Efficiency can be increased because lesser returns means the lesser wastage in terms of the fabric or in terms of the manpower. Sustainability, less water, fewer returns means and align with sustainable development goals. Mass customization can be done using the like CAD, 3D scanning or AI. There is a scalability of this research in terms of like geographic. It the same methodology can be used for different nations. The demographic expansion, like this study was just focused on the upper wear, so it can be done for lower wear or children's or males. And technology integration, there can be of 3D body scanning or AI powered sizing or e-commerce recommendations. Limitations, like as told, commercial testing was not done at a larger stage, and the demographic expansion can be done, and there is a scope of technology as the industry evolves. Key conclusion. So technical success is 4 to 5 EC plus 2 clusters, which captures 90 to 95% of populations. Economic, in terms of economic value, it reduces the returns, improve efficiency, and generalizability. It's applicable across African regions or even other nations of India. Thank you for your attention. Any question, please?
For the next presentation, we have Zero Waste Fashion Designs and Upcycling Innovation by Pavanpreet Kaur, Gurleen Kaur, and Dr. Karishma from Khalsa College for Women, Amritsar.
Please share your presentation. Ms. Pavanpreet, Ms. Gurleen, Dr. Karishma, who's sharing the presentation, please share your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pavanpreet Kaur. Today, I'm presenting my research titled Zero Waste Fashion Design and Upcycling Innovations. Before going into the details, let me first explain why this topic is important and what problem the fashion industry is facing. The fashion industry causes serious environmental damage due to overproduction and poor waste management. Fast fashion reduces the lifespan of garments, creating large amount of textile waste. Most waste goes to landfills because of the linear take, make, dispose system. Recycling alone is not enough, so design-based solutions like zero waste design and upcycling are important. Therefore, solutions at the end design stage, such as zero-based fashion design and upcycling, are very important. There is a strong need for an integrated approach that combines the design, innovation, recycling, and community participation. Now that now that we understand the problem of fast fashion and waste, let us look at what earlier studies say about the issue and why this research is needed. The fashion and textile industry is one of the major contributors to environmental damage. More than 80% of textile waste is either landfilled or burned. while less than 1% is recycled into new garments. This clearly shows the failure of the current linear fashion system. Circular fashion offers a sustainable alternative by encouraging reuse, repair, redesign, upcycling, and recycling. This study focuses on developing an integrated framework that combines zero-waste and community participation to strengthen circular fashion systems. The linear fashion model creates massive waste because clothes are produced, used briefly, and then discarded. Studies show that over 80% of textiles are landfilled or incinerated. Circular fashion aims to extend the life of garments by reuse, repair, redesign, and recycling. In the circular system, waste is treated as a resource. The design stage plays a very important role because waste can be reduced before production even begins. In traditional garment cutting, around 15% of fabric is wasted. Zero waste fashion design eliminates this waste at the source. It uses geometrical and modular patterns. This approach encourages creativity and efficient fabric usage. Digital tools and software further support zero waste design practices and make them easier to apply. Cycling convert textile waste into higher value garments. It uses techniques such as deconstruction and reconstruction of old clothes. Unlike recycling, upcycling maintains or even increases material value. It is more sustainable than downcycling, where material quality is reduced. Many designers have shown that upcycling can be scaled for wider use. Textile recycling is an important part of circular fashion but has many challenges. Mechanical recycling weakens fibers and lower fabric quality. Chemical recycling is expensive and requires advanced technology. Blended fabrics are especially difficult to recycle. Because of these problems, recycling alone cannot solve the textile waste issues. Design strategies can support recycling by making consumer awareness plays a major role in circular fashion. More consumers are becoming aware of sustainability issues. Acceptance of repair, reuse, and second-hand clothing is increasing. There is also a growing interest in upcycled garments. Circular fashion businesses models have shown that sustainability can also be profitable. Community-based solutions support circular fashion at the local level. Repair, capes, and tailoring units help reduce textile waste. Women-led stitching and tailoring groups support sustainability and employment. These initiatives strengthen local skills and promote decentralized systems. Community participation makes circular fashion more inclusive and practical. After understanding these different approaches, the next step is to clearly define the aims to achieve. The objectives of this study design reduces fabric waste, to analyze global and Indian upcycling practices, to identify limitations of current textile recycling systems, to study the relationship between design, upcycling, and recycling, to promote an integrated framework for circular fashion systems. This study follows a qualitative research approach. It is based on secondary data such as research papers, reports, and published studies. The method used is literature review. No surveys, interviews, or experiments were conducted. The review helped identify key ideas, gaps, and connections in sustainable fashion practices. The study focuses on zero waste design, upcycling, and textile recycling. It is based on secondary data. The study reviews recycling capabilities and limitations. It highlights the need for integration within circular fashion unit systems. The role of community participation and consumer is also considered. I will now summarize the key findings and conclusions of the study. Sustainable fashion requires integrated solution, not individual efforts. Zero waste design reduces waste at the design stage. Upcycling adds value to the discarded textiles. Recycling alone cannot solve textile waste problems. Collaboration between design, technology, and community is essential. An integrated approach strengthens circular fashion systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I very proudly present to you Ms. Darshi Kirti Sena Dilivera from Fashion Design Council Sri Lanka, Executive Board Member, Creative Director and Trend Consultant. She is a distinguished Sri Lankan fashion and textile designer who's renowned for modernizing the traditional art of batik and promoting sustainable fashion. As the creative director and CEO of Buddhi Batik since 2006, she has elevated the brand of international acclaim, showcasing Sri Lankan craftsmanship at prestigious events such as the Commonwealth Summit at Buckingham Palace and the Met Gala. Recognized with numerous awards, including the Young Fashion Entrepreneur Award and Outstanding Women Entrepreneur Award, Ms. Darshi continues to lead the way in ethical fashion while mentoring the next generation of designers. Ms. Darshi, I request you to kindly present your thoughts on sustainable fashion. Ms. Darshi, kindly unmute yourselves.
Hi.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
To INCFET 2025 for this session.
Thank you. I'm just trying to share my presentation. Just give me, okay, just give me 1 minute to share it.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of this prestigious conference. And as you can see, what I'm going to talk about today, I am Darshi Kirtisena. I'm the creative director and the CEO of Buddhi Batiks. We are over 55 years old craft brand in Sri Lanka. We do handcrafted batik. And as you can see, that's my parents who started Buddhi Batiks and some of the old photographs. And that is my family on the left. That's little me on in the corner. So my parents had started it when I was born, and you can pretty much say I was born into the batik workshop. And it has been my bread and butter throughout so far. I want to tell you today why innovation matters. Because let me start with a little story. How I started innovating in batik. This is a picture of the orchid. So the orchid story. We had an orchid garden behind our backyard, and I used to love to walk around. And one day I just felt, we need to bring in like what is new for batik, like bring in something new. Like I wanted to create something with flowers. And at that time, due to the civil war in Sri Lanka, batik industry has become stagnant. So there wasn't innovation happening. So so one day I went to the fabric market and I was looking through fabrics and I came across this shiny silk satin. It's a little bit of a crazy story. And then it was very cheap because it was shiny and white, and I guess nobody wanted to buy and make clothes out of it. So I thought, well, it looked like silk. Then I bought it and then did some trials, and it came out really well. And this photograph in the middle is actually some of the batiks that we do now, and of course it has embroidery on it as well. And then I pretty much came across by accident in this fabric, and then we started using this fabric. So let me tell you. So these are some of the innovative batiks that we create today. Let me tell you why I want to talk about this innovation. So fashion contributes to 10% of the global CO2 emission, right? I think as fashion students, all of you know this. And 92 million tons of textile waste generated yearly, and only 1% is recycled. So innovation is essential for us to survive economically and culturally. Traditional craft is impacted by climate, waste, and economic pressure. So as students must see the sustainability as a design opportunity, not a burden. So this is what I want to talk to you about today. Sustainability in craft that would save craft to the future. So this is the dress that we did for Buckingham Palace. This dress is made out of sustainably sourced algae, and then also it has pineapple leather sequins cut out. So I mean, innovating something different, right? This dress was from 2018. So that time we thought, okay, vegan leather, pineapple leather, and then we cut little discs out of it, laser cut discs out of it, and attach it as sequins, and then we hand pleated it. Then we did the batik. Then we opened out the pleats. That's why you can see the into it, and we used natural dyes, sustainable dyes, and even the Swarovskis that we used in this, they were the leftover from big bulks. We managed to source it, and we created this for the Buckingham Palace. And on the right hand bottom corner is a picture from the Buckingham Palace, and on the left, Livia Firth talking about our batik dress. So that's one of the highlights in our career. We were going back to our workshop. Some of the things that sustainability measures that we have taken. We purify the water, what we release to the environment. We clean the water, and then we use it to water the plants, as well as for the toilet flush water, because we want to not dirty the environment, because as you know, batik uses a lot of water, a lot of dyes, so we want to minimize whatever we do. We are also working with a company that creates natural dyes that is suitable for batik, and we are always trying to learn the better ways of working and how to do practices in a more sustainable way. So I also think craft is the future of sustainable fashion because Gen Z, 75% of Gen Z prefers sustainable brands. Now, talking from statistics I have found in my research, 54% of them will pay more for ethical products. Craft align will, therefore, I think craft align perfectly with the future consumer expectations. As students, you should understand that storytelling and provenance now define design value and luxury. So, because that is what the future is asking for. So let me also tell you about a project, one of the ways you can preserve the craft by digitizing it. Now, this is a project that we worked with a company in Sri Lanka who makes tiles. So I'm just giving you an example through my story, because if you look at this, we have digitized the craft, the batik craft, and we made it into prints that are on tiles. So that is like, think out of the box. Think how you can bring in your craft into different areas, how to make it, take it to the future. So this is one of the projects that we did. So tiles, floor tiles, wall tiles, different tiles with on collaboration also. Don't only look at how you can do it on your own, look at how you can create partnerships and take it to the next level. So this is also a project that we did with an umbrella company. We create the batik design and then we digitized it and printed it. So it looks like a batik, but it's actually a proper umbrella nylon fabric. Then also another thing through digitization is, softwares like Flow, Browseware, that you can save time um, and uh, and then you can create a 3D model and create your pattern. So you don't have to do all the patterns all the time. You can use different softwares like this and create your design and have a look. So this way, AI tools have helped our craft or helped creating, you save time, you save money instead of making actual garments. And also this is how we have used AI to help us. So usually 40% reduction in sample waste and up to 60% fast development cycle help us. So AI is not really a threat, it is an amplifier. You should see AI as a creative assistant that reduces waste and expands imagination and improve precision. So we can provide in different ways. Then the other thing is circular fashion. We have used smaller leftover pieces, fabrics that we create, and then when we cut fabric to the leftover fabrics. So these in the middle, in the circle, these are little clutch bags that we use from our leftover fabrics. Then jewelry, shoes, book covers, handbags, all different things. And circular, basically you close the loop. We try to waste less, reduce wastage. It is economical as well, not just helping the environment, but also economical. So, another thing that we can do is redyeing and upcycling, from leftover fabrics. Like as we April, that as a brand that we joined the of questioning who made our garments. You question where it comes from. So that is why it's very important as students also that you share the story of how you make it, create a transparency from the beginning of your journey. So for us, see, this is some of our team. photograph from last month. And when you create, when you empower an artist, you empower a village, and we keep working with artisans and then taking craft and this helps the future. Because about 70% in your country and our country both, about 70% of women artisans are the main beneficiary of the family. So for us, even the luxury means provenance, ethics, and longevity. You know, as designers, you can understand how understand the human impact on craft and the empowering them and the ethics, the circularity, identity, now define the luxury markets. Luxury markets have recognized this. Finally, Prada is admitting that India made those Kalapuri slippers. So, you know, it is very important for you to share your story and use circular, digital, sustainable fashion as your future. You know, think about when you are creating, and I hope you will create thoughtfully. And yeah, I wish you all the best. You know, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Darshi. Thank you so much for sparing your time after a busy day today and also talking about sustainability and innovation. And we'll organize more sessions in future, which will be more interactive, I believe. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next paper presentation, we have From Festival to Fashion, Preserving Uttarakhand's Hill Jatra Through Design Innovation by Mr. Prasun Gagan and Dr. Jyoti Chhabra, Department of Fashion Design, Graphic Era Hill University, Dehradun.
Ma'am, the screen is visible.
No, your screen is not visible.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible now.
Yeah. So good afternoon to everyone. I, Prasun Gagan, along with Dr. Jyoti Chhabra, presenting my topic From Festival to Fashion, Preventing Uttarakhand Hill Jatra Through Design Innovation. So I'll start with the introduction part. So Uttarakhand is Uttarakhand is also called as a Dev Bhumi, is a state rich in natural beauty, tradition and cultural heritage. Mountains, rivers and forests strong influence the lifestyle of the people. The culture of Uttarakhand is deeply connected to the nature, agriculture and spirituality. The state celebrates many tradition festivals like Hill Jatra, Phool Day and Ghi Sankranti, which makes seasonal changes, farming cycles, a religious beliefs, folks, dance, music, rituals, and handmade crafts are the important parts of the celebration. The festivals communities together and help local tradition that have been passed through generations. So why we have chosen that Hill Jatra? The main objective is to documentation, and through fashion garments, we are trying to preserve that festival and the craft also. So what happened is many peoples have migrated from Uttarakhand, especially from the hilly areas, because of fewer education and healthcare facilities. Report says that over 3.8 lakh people migrated between 2018, and this number increases to more than 80,000 people every year from 2018 to 2020, which is a very sad figure, leaving village almost empty. They are called as a ghost village also. Because of this migration, because of this migration, tradition, festival, and cultural practices slowly began forgotten. To address the issue, objective of the study is to document and preserve the cultural significance of the Hill Jatra festival. Basically, we are trying to preserve that festival, the essence of the festival. So for that, we have taken the inspiration of Lakhya Bhoot. The Lakhya Bhoot is the main character of the Hill Jatra, and to develop a garment collection inspired by Hill Jatra, especially from the Lakhya Bhoot motifs. So this is the methodology. So first of all, documentation, then interest of selected client, then product development, and then ability, and then the acceptability index. So for the documentation information, we have collected primary and secondary data both. And interest of the selected client, it means that before making the collections, we have taken certain surveys and interview of people who are from the design background and who are actually aware of culture, and they are interested in such kind of a product which is very sustainable and linked with the religious values. Product development. For the product development, we have developed seven garments, which are we cannot say it is kind of a Indo-Western. It is actually a fusion wear, including all the garments all the garments are of menswear collection. And then we have checked the acceptability index also, that people are liking it or not. So if we talk about the results and the discussion, so documentation is the main part of our result and discussion, because there is a scattered information available in internet. I have got only one research paper regarding this. So the main purpose of this research paper is to documentation and interest of the selected client. So we have taken certain interviews after making the collection. So we have interviewed them. Then before and after making the collections, take a culture evaluation and design translation. We have taken inspiration from the Lakhya Bhoot motifs and from the Hill Jatra costume and the essence of the Hill Jatra. And after developing the silhouettes, we have taken acceptability evaluation also through through interview based. So we have given the garments to people, and then we have checked the acceptability rate. So if we talk about the Hill Jatra, so Hill Jatra is a traditional farming festival of Eastern Kumaon in a Sora village, Pithoragarh, during the paddy farming. The festival came from the Western Nepal, become part of a local Kumaon culture over time. It is connected to stories of four Maha brothers and shares similarities with many Nepali festivals. Hill Jatra is performed in muddy fields and includes farming rituals, worship, music, dance, and performance. Characters like Lakhya Bhoot, which is the main character of the Hill Jatra, Hiran Chittar, and Mahakali represent strength, nature, and production. Through the Sor Valley. Today, the Sor Valley celebration remains the most traditional form of the Hill Jatra and reflects the strong connection between people, farming, and nature. Despite its rich culture value, Hill Jatra poorly documented in academic literature, which I have already discussed. Information is scattered, and key craft aspects such as mask making, a costume design remain legacy unexplored, urban, which is really unexplored. The highlights of the need of the systematic documentation and design based research to preserve this heritage, to preserve this art. So these are the findings for the expected before making the collections. We have shortlisted some of the people who are already from the design background and they have awareness of designing, and they are more into sustainable products and cultural related products. So we have shortlisted 20 to 30 50 respondents for that. These are the visuals of the Hill Jatra festival. A man in the picture in blue color and with a mask is a Lakshya Booth, which is the main character of this festival. These are the motifs. All motifs were inspired from Lakshya Booth and from the essence of the and the costumes of the Hill Jatra. And these are the final collections. These are the surveys outcomes.
Please wind up.
And these are the findings. The study shows that the Hill Jatra motifs, color, performance, aesthetics can be successfully adapted contemporary fashion to develop the collection range process, and we can successfully design to protect these such kind of art and craft and such kind of festivals. Thank you so much. Thank you from my side.
For the next presentation, we have role of digital fashion in gaming industry and its impact on Gen Z behavior, an approach of the big 5 personality traits by Dr. Santosh Tarai, Dr. Priyadarshini K, NIFT Bhubaneswar.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. So, as the topic displays here, this paper discusses about the personality and digital fashion used in gaming industry. A short introduction about the gaming and digital fashion. So, post COVID, most of the brands which are in fast fashion as well as luxury brands, they started exploring gaming industry. For example, if we take H&M and Gucci and Nike, they are having their digital fashion avatars in different gaming platforms like Roblox and other major gaming platforms. So this initially started in the year of 2020, and later they moved on with different avatars in different gaming platforms. So the people who are playing the games, they can buy the digital fashion clothings from different luxury brands such as Gucci, Nike, and Louis Vuitton. So once I have done the literature review, I have come up with the personality, 5 big personality, which are known as openness, consciousness, extraversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. So when you talk about these different personality traits, where openness, where the person who are more creative and willingness to explore novel ideas, and where the conscious people who are little reluctant about their decision making when they are buying their avatars, and extraversion people who are like impulsive buying and they want to explore more digital avatars when they play the games. Where agreeableness, where they take some time to understand what it is, why they need to buy that particular digital fashion, and why do they want to spend their money. And last is the neuroticism, where they have this sensitivity of stress, and they have their emotional instability. So once they ready to buy the digital fashion, and next time they reluctant to buy that particular digital fashion. So when you think of this gaming industry and the gaming platform, most of the people, they buy avatars to disguise their own original personality. So these are the characters I have taken. So when you are buying the digital avatars, most of them are fast fashion and luxury brands where the trust matters when you are spending more money, and this influences your online purchase intention. So I have taken the survey in the major cities of India, where people who are young generation who plays games in different gaming platforms and who are willing to buy these digital avatars when they play games. So my the final respondents are 287, and through this we have done the data analysis by understanding the reliability and the validity of the variables which I have told you already. The 5 big personalities, where the mediating variable the trust, and which influences the online purchase intention. So these are the hypothesis testing of the final model, where you can see the openness, the people who are ready to explore more, and people who are conscious about buying the digital avatars, and people who are trusting the avatars are supporting. And you can see the people who are really in stress and who has this emotional instability, they are not ready to buy this digital avatars. So as you can see, among the five big personality traits, all the four traits are ready to buy the digital avatars when they play games in different digital fashion platforms, except the neuroticism. So through this analysis, I have given the discussion like people who are very open, creative, and who are engaging in digital mode, who wants to engage more in the digital platforms using different social identity, they are ready to buy these digital avatars in different fast fashion gaming platforms and luxury brands as well. So when you think about this personality traits, this helps the different brands, and which helps the brands to understand who are the people who are really interested in buying the digital avatars in different platforms. For example, when you take Gucci's Garden Land or Nike's sports metaverse, you see different people are generally buying these avatars. And if brands understand the people's personality, so that the brand can influence those people who has their personality. So these are the findings and discussion which have arrived after the analysis. And the important mediating factor, which is the trust. When the personalities have the trust on the different brands, they and different gaming platforms, they are really ready to buy the digital avatars. So this helps the brand to have a trust on the customers, as well as they can increase more number of similar type of metaverse in different gaming platforms. And these are the theoretical and managerial implications, as I told you already. So this study really helps the managerial implications, where the brand managers from different brands can identify the people who are really interested in buying the digital avatars in metaverse. So this is the outcome of the study. This really helps the younger generation, who are mostly Gen Z people, and they can also identify which personality I am and which digital avatar which will be suitable for me to buy in different gaming platforms. So that's it. So this is about my study, and these are the references I have kept it in my study. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much. And I'll also like to mention that we have poster presentations done by Renu Singh Malik and Abhishek Chakrabarti and Rahul Kumar Singh and Anuj Gupta. I'll request all of you to please see the posters also. And with this, we come to the conclusion of the enriching and inspiring journey of the International Conference on Fashion, Apparel and Textiles 2025. It is my great privilege to extend heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the organizing committee and all those who have been involved to make this conference a success. It had been a remarkable confluence of brilliant minds, innovators, researchers, and visionaries who came together to explore, deliberate, and chart the future of the fashion and textile industry. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the conference chair, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, for providing his unwavering support and giving me the responsibility, and yet providing constant guidance and encouragement. My special thanks to the conference advisor, Ms. Divya Chauhan, for her unwavering support and faith throughout the journey of this conference. I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation to the esteemed invited speakers, whose insightful research presentations and thought-provoking discussions greatly enriched the conference. My heartfelt thanks again to the participants and attendees, and a special word of appreciation goes to the organizing committee members, and faculty and staff members who took various responsibilities today, dedicated student volunteer team of Amity School of Fashion Technology, who've been working since the morning, the IT and the administration teams of Amity University. And as we move forward, let us remember that sustainable growth and development are not merely aspirations, but are shared responsibilities. And with these words, we officially conclude the International Conference on Fashion, Apparel and Textiles 2025. Thank you all for being a part of this memorable journey, and may the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and responsibility continue to guide us in all the future endeavors. Thank you all.
Before you go, just give a big round of clap to yourself. You have got a long day today, right from morning 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. I think so, but you have to understand and appreciate that the effort is to get the researchers, academicians, and to have an interface. So one of the days in a year, I think so, or 2 days maybe there when you got these conferences. Thank you for being a very giving a very patient listening to all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You may all please leave and don't forget to take your belongings along. Do not leave anything here. Thank you so much.